Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show.
So, Streamlabs
Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are light. Captain Jim James help you cut that dry. Stock market show. It's a stock market show. Where the bulls run.
1, 2, mic check.
The bears lay low.
Shit in.
Loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
Oh boy, we got stuff to do today.
Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm. From the open road till the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, stock market show. Where the bulls run wild, the bears lay low. From the first loud bell till the closing
AV alerts.
that wave on the stock market show. Get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Canadian Bank. Multi-stream chat. Oh, rusty. Have a camera? Sweet. All right, hang tight here, guys. Main screen. Sorry about this. I'm a little like nothing's really working here. I've got some updates that have been coming through from Streamlabs. I've been streaming, so they're updating me right now. It's been jacking up my system here. I was thinking I could get on yesterday, but I couldn't. I went to another doctor's appointment yesterday morning, and I was gone all day long. I was gone until 12 in the afternoon, and I was there early, like 7:30 in the morning. So couldn't get here yesterday to be on the stream. And just a note to start the show here. Over the next couple weeks, there's a fair chance that I have an operation coming up quickly. Could be, I don't know when it is. I'm going to know. And then I thought Wednesday I was going to get my results. I didn't. I waited all day long. I didn't get my fucking results. And then I called my doctor 3 or 4 times. And he finally called me back and said, he said, I could get them in the next couple days, but I'm going to tell you another week. And I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck that means. Probably he doesn't want me calling him back in 2 or 3 days or something if he gives me 3 days. So he said next Wednesday. So just be aware of that when I get those results back. I don't know what those results will be. The worst that they could be or are. I may have to stop I'll leave the show on, but I might stop because I have to talk to my daughters about it. So they get their information from me and they're not left in the dark. But now when that happens, and that could be like Monday, could be this Monday. I don't know exactly when. It's either gonna be Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And then after that, I think it's going to be at least precancerous. At least it's been there too long and it's too large. From there, what would happen would be this. This would be the worst of it, which would be I would have a quick operation. That would be a day or two of recovery. I don't know when that would take place, but I would assume over the next couple weeks. And then from that point forward, every 2 weeks, I could potentially have a down 2 days, where I go on medicine and stuff. They give me a little pack and then they shoot me up with some shit, for like 2 days. Now that would last, I think, from when I spoke to a woman about this, it could last 8 to 16 weeks. So I'll be here on the show. I'm not going to lose my hair or anything. It's not going to be like I'm all brittle and that kind of stuff. I don't think at this point. But you get to watch me go through something that most men don't want to deal with. So you'll get to see like a man doing all the butt stuff, right? I think I said that the other night, like lots of butt stuff. That's what I've been doing, tons of it. So if you're a man out there, get yourself checked. I've been checked in the past. It's taken me, I think, 3 or 4 times checking to finally find this fucking thing with doctors. So if you're a guy, don't be afraid of the butt stuff is the top line takeaway. Okay, now moving on from that kind of stuff. So there could be, my point being is there can be there's going to be some times that are going to be difficult for me to get through. I think it shouldn't take longer from what I was told, from 8 to 16 weeks. So outside of that, you can either watch me recover or, watch Cap die or something, one of those two things, which should be fun, right? Not at all. But at any rate, I'll keep you abreast as time moves on and things happen. Right now, I don't know what's going on. Right now, it's like very like, and what's fucked up is I spoke to somebody with a stage 3 thing that I have. I think mine's stage 3. That's what my doctor thinks too, but he can't confirm it until the blood work comes back. But what she had said was, it was like 8 to 16 weeks. And she said the biggest problem for her wasn't even getting it. It was the waiting for information. And that's what I'm going through right now, is a lot of unknowns, with no definitive answer. So, that brings up, and that in itself brings up all kinds of shit for like my wife and I. Like I have a wife, I have children, things I have to discuss with them. So, yesterday, 2 days ago, I did a show late night, and I discussed some important information about the market, that we are either going to get a rate hike on the July FOMC, or the threat of a rate hike. We don't necessarily need the rate hike, because the data as it is, we are going to get hot prints. So if the Fed doesn't raise rates, it ain't going to matter. There's like a very high percentage chance, like 80% chance, that this data does not improve. So my takeaway from this is that, the executive is more than likely approved 2 rate hikes, believe it or not, even if they haven't publicly said it. And unless there's improvement in that data, the rate hikes are almost a guaranteed thing. So if that's true, then even if you don't get the rate hike in July, the market will panic sell, then ask questions later. They won't care if you get the hike or not. They're going to price in the 2 hikes, and then if the data improves, they'll buy it all back. If that makes any sense. Now, does it happen right now? No. More than likely not. But there's some more information here. They're also going to probably wrap up something with Iran, where we invade and own Iran. That's actually not bad. That's good. If the U.S. owns the Strait of Hormuz in Iran, that means cheaper prices, more control of oil in the world. And I don't know that China will be happy with that either. That could actually trigger more. If there's anything bad from that, it would be that China would react very negatively to that, the U.S. controlling that Strait of Hormuz. So that could happen during that time period as well. And we're going to look at some of this stuff today, because yesterday the 2-year and the yield curve finally showed and priced in a rate hike on the FOMC meeting in July. So even though no one's telling you, I'm not telling you, or I've told you this, but nobody else, like the executive, the Fed, none of those people have said, hey, we're going to raise rates. But Warsh has told everyone that the bond market can tell them to raise rates, the stock market can tell them to raise rates, the econ data can tell them to raise rates rather than giving forward guidance. And yesterday, the data, or not the data, but the bond market point blank told the Fed, you have to raise rates. That's what they said yesterday. And I'll show you some of this stuff today. We're going to go into some of this stuff, why we're going to get the rate hike and that kind of stuff. And even if we don't, they will shoot first and ask questions later. They don't care. You know, the stock market is, like, bears will hold a fucking put until they goddamn expire. They believe. They're believers. Bulls are, very scared. They always are. They'll scream at you, telling you it's going to go up, it's going to go up, it's going to go up. And then the moment that it doesn't go up, they disappear. So the stock market likely will price this in, or attempt to begin to price this stuff in, as soon as we get unwound from the month end. So we've got OPEX, expiration for unwinds, and then we get month end. So post the 31st, I don't even think we're going to roll on the actual FOMC unless he gives the rate hike. If we don't, the market could squeeze, blow off that vol, but it's still false. It's like a fake sense of security. More than likely, once we unwind this month and we're free to do whatever we want to do, you're going to see negative flows come in the month of August. Now, that could be countered briefly in the middle of August, like 12th or something, but it still stands that those negative flows are likely going to come into the market, and the panic should start to set in at some point. Whether it takes like all of August, September, and October to do this, we could drag sideways and down too. This might not be something where it's like, my point, I think the greater point here is that you might be expecting, like, you can slam the sell button on FOMC day and it's going to go fucking down 7% in 1 or 2 days. It's probably going to be a drag like this to the downside, like dragging down, slow and mechanical, and not like panic or anything like that. So still be patient. Be patient of selling up a high, like I said, on Wednesday night, not this low right here. This low, yesterday, this told the market, this is warning the market yesterday what took place, that you're getting a fucking rate hike. So they got 2 nights ago, I said something about not being able to sweep the Thursday, Friday lows from the prior week. They did that yesterday. And I want to show you that really quickly here. So I want to show you here. Let's go back so here's Friday, right? Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. So I want you to see this right here. This is very important stuff. And then we're going to get into some of the econ data and why we're getting a rate hike, or the threat of a rate hike. It doesn't even have to be a rate hike. It could just be, literally, Warsh could just go in there and say, the data is turning to a point where we're going to get a print that's hot, like 4.8 or something like that in CPI. And eventually we're going to get that print. So we're going to get that really hot fucking print, and we're going to be forced to hike. Just saying that is enough. That's it. That's all he has to say. Now, if he doesn't say that, if he's like, fuck the inflation, we're going to run it hot, the market will still attempt to force the Fed to act. They will begin to sell the market, and it's almost like the tariff trade, where Trump refused to just like wrap it up. There was literally a moment in the tariff trade where people were like, I think the market was like, yeah, do whatever you need to do. We'll sell the market down. Then we got to a point, I remember, where he started doing more tariffs again, and people were just like, dude, like, you showed us the map, tariff everybody, fucking, we'll deal with the fallout. And instead he was like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with it. And people are just like, dude, you can't do this for a year. Like, it ain't happening. So we blasted all the way to the downside, and you remember that last leg down, Trump was like, okay, we're done now. Like, we've done everything we're going to do for now. We get the point. So the market can do that as well. The market can, we're not in COVID. We're not in like this COVID where, we're saying, hey, we're running the money printer right now. We are running the money printer, but not with that like seal of approval to moon the market all the way to the moon, to run it up and 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 up. So I still think what I said before about Warsh, his responsibility is literally to, and when the last FOMC meeting, I was really fucking perturbed because I was fucking angry because my feeling was that the message should have been, or my thought was that the message should have been to convey the idea that raising rates once or twice by a couple 25 BPS is not a hiking cycle. And they went full fucking regard. Like they literally just said, well, how do we convey that? So we're just going to tell them no hike and everything is fucking honky-dory, basically, right? That's what they said. And that's not the answer they should have given. They should have said, we are aware that this data can get out of control quickly, and you might get 1 or 2 hikes. It is not a hiking fucking cycle. If they had just done that, it would have been fine. So maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe it's like, hey, stretch it as long as we possibly can, whatever that may be. But the thought here is, well, I got to close this over here. But they didn't convey that information. So let me close. Can I just like close this thing? There we go. So the idea here is that the idea here is multifold. One, that they should have conveyed that. They fucked that up. And I realize he has to make friends and all that other shit. And he has to like get everybody on his side to get the rate hike. But it doesn't matter if he does or doesn't. At some fucking point, this data is going to scream, you must do something. So the market is going to likely try to price that shit in. And we need to be looking for that roll when we get into likely like the 3rd or 4th of August. And they did finally do here this Thursday, Friday from last week. They finally did slam this fucking thing down yesterday. And this breaks the prior lows here from this past Thursday and Friday. And I want to like show you a few things here. If you go to, let's go to a month look. Let me go down here. If you go here to a month look, we can come back to that. Well, I can rewrite. I'll draw this all up for you again. But what I want you to see here is you've got this nice, beautiful green candle, right? This candle swept and took 80% of this candle for this month. That's very negative. And we've now put in the higher low in the month, and we are now looking to at least sweep this candle and probably half of this candle. Not today. It's going to take a bunch of time to get there, but this is what the target is down below, 700. I'll show you this. Here. The month. Right down there. And then we're going to switch over to a weekly. I want to show you this candle as well. This is a nice, beautiful red candle. Bulls couldn't pull it out their ass on yesterday. And you get the bond market saying, we want to fucking hike. And so this is not a good week either, right? 1-2 bad weeks right here. These are usually pretty fucking bad. So we are looking to sweep this weekly low right here, either today or Monday. Just see it here. If the way is higher or lower, which way is it? We're likely going to go down here. This one here. I'm going to put one more down here. And this could, remember too, that this could take like months, not a day. This could be something that is not quick in any way, shape, or form. Here. That one right there. And I do also want to highlight to you that the buyers are still there. I still want to highlight to you that the buyers are still here. You can see that they're right here, right? And they're right here. And they're likely going to want to buy this shit up down here somewhere. You can get down here at any point. They'll be down here waiting to buy us again. Let's go back to a daily view and just take a peek at this. And there's a lot of resistance for us even closing this gap here on a Friday. Show you this. You've got the door shut here. That's where they shut the door. This was yesterday. I don't think this door is closed forever or anything. For like next week or anything like that. But for today, for this week, it's closed. And we're likely going to wake up with a low on Monday. I'll show it to you here in a minute. So you got this one here. We didn't get the low on this prior Monday. I want to show you that too. We didn't catch the... No, sorry, we didn't put the new low. We didn't put a new low on for this week. There was indecision this week. On Monday, we did not put in a new low on a new low from the Thursday, Friday lows. And then on Wednesday, I made a comment about the Bears cannot fucking seem to put in the low for the end of the week this week to sweep last Thursday and Friday at least, but they did yesterday. So we're going to look at this one here. And I got a fucked up story to tell you guys. I got a crazy ass story to tell you guys here in a minute. Hold on 1 second here. So got this one right here. We're gonna look at the 4-hour right. I want to show you this right here. This is important to see. Make that one white on the day. Or here. There we go. This is the important one. We sold this this morning off the rip. This is big, big bad right here. We'll make that one red. There, we're gonna put 2 more up here. Wait a minute, did I mess that up? Hold on here. This is the day right here. The day right here. I guess that would have worked. 4-hour right here. This one's a 4 right here. These are all pretty bad candles. You can see all the resistance here, the paranoia. And then we're going to go to a 1-hour here, and I just want to show you this. Here's this little gap right here. And there's something else I want to talk to you about here too, which is I want to show you June. Show you June 20th-ish. Right in here. See this right here? This is the June middle of the month, right? I always check back on like the 20th-ish. I think we're closed on the 20th here. Yeah, this is a weekend. But this 20th of every month is an important check back. If you have like a couple bad weeks, got a couple down weeks the following month, so this month, we go back to check this here. We'll normally go back and check this prior month, and you can see how low we are right here. We're right inside of that check back for June. And so what we can do is like try to sweep this and take this out on Monday. This whole downside right here, and potentially even down here on Monday. Potentially. I don't know that we can get there, but like Monday, 1600, I would love to see us somewhere in here. Trying to take out this June. This June's a tough thing to get past here. You can see it. It's big red wick, all these buyers in here. If you're a sell side, you need to get underneath this to make this bearish, of course. And see this weekly right here. Getting underneath this one would be wonderful. If you can get it down below any of these lows right here. But I don't know if we can just yet. We might have to wait for the 3rd for this one, but let's take a look at just this small area right here. And so we have the first drop here, right? 1, 2, and 3. This should be complete, but it's not. It's not complete because you took out the Thursday, Friday. So when we do this, something like this, I'm going to expect at this point for some kind of a failure, either here to go down, right, to have like a Monday, Tuesday bad, or I don't really care if we go up here. They're going to sell this. You'll get the 1, and then you'll get another 1 down there and 2 down. So we are in distribution. I'm not opposed to an attempt at all-time high still. Heading up into FOMC or even the 3rd up here. No, sorry, not there. Over here. We could still go up and still put in a high up here before we roll. But even if we did, I still think it's going to be like a bloodbath in here and then a bloodbath down there. And you get like the fake unclench. You're not getting a rate hike, but then we end up blasting down anyways. It ain't gonna matter. They're gonna cut this fucking market. They're gonna run from this market as fast as they possibly can in here. Actually, I think it's higher. Not there. I said right here, but it's actually way up here. 760, 770. Any of that's potential for the end of the month. To go up all the way up there. I still think we go up there 100%. But this needed to happen here, and we did do what needed to take place for a Friday. This low is plenty, but I do think that there's a fair chance that before the end of the day, just look at this really quick. This is 1600. I would like to see this get taken out by end of the day. Here is, let me put 1230 in. Go to a 30-minute here. 12 by 12:30, I would suspect that these guys are going to try to sell this fucking thing down into the close. There. Go back to an hour look and put them in. So you have this down sweep down here. You get your low. You come up into 12. Sorry. Where's 12? 10:30. Right there. And then they're going to try to sweep this to a new low. They're going to try to put this low in here to the bell today. In my view, I think they're going to make a fairly good attempt at it. We'll go right down here. Try to close that out for today. And then if we can do this, we can get down here for this for Monday. So you put in like the, oh my God, we're, panic at the disco, put this low in. And then and then of course on the Monday open, or excuse me, Monday at 1600, we go right back up, just like if we're in a bull week, we go down on Tuesday, Wednesday. You should see us going up like Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll take it from there and see what takes place. And we can look to see if we can break out today, if we have like a big squeeze up day Friday. I don't think that's going to happen, but if we can take that trade, we will. So let's look at this. Let's go on a 1 minute basis here. And we're going to look for sellers to come out at 12 and 12:30. There's one more day up here we want to be looking at because we could squeeze up here at 12:30. Hold on here. There's one more I want to take a quick look at. There's another one right here. Potentially we could squeeze up here. Back to a 1 minute. I wouldn't trade this. This is extremely dangerous. This is extremely, they're just waiting to sell up here. You can kind of see them. Take out as many of these as you want. This shows too that there'll be any squeezes will be a failure. So even if we squeeze up here, let's say we squeeze all the way up here, they're still going to be there waiting to sell. So it ain't going to matter. There's that right there. Maybe it's a little a little bit of range in here. Potentially could go up there, but I doubt it. We're just looking for a sell signal on 12:30 here. Make that a 1 so we can see what we got going on here. Back over here. Right down there, like 731. Let me put this other. Let's see what we got here for. That's S2. Right near the close. Try if we can see if we can get that in there. I even think before. I think it could even be like earlier. Let's try like 15:30. Could be like 2 in the afternoon too. Could be much faster here. It's Friday. And then we're gonna switch and we're gonna chat about rate hikes. And I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna pull some data here for you guys just to look at. Let's leave this just like that right there. We'll take some puts together if we can get a roll here. You want to wait for the 12:30 though to do that. Should be a 1. 11 a.m. This should go up until maybe like 11:30 or so. Don't sell this just yet. We want to catch the flows on our side. That right there. And we'll make these yellow to see where we are if we're going up or down. Almost perfect right there, right? Yeah, looks good. Give me just a second here, guys. Off. Okay, I'm going to read this to you here. This came out yesterday. Bond market just, this is from Wall Street. Bond market just flipped to rate hike in July as 2-month Treasury yield spiked by 13 basis points. Warsh, I haven't read this, so I'm going to read this. It's the first time I'm reading this as well. Warsh scuttled forward guidance. Markets on their own. However, this comes out, it promises to be a rougher ride, but in a fresh breeze. So would a quote surprise rate hike at the July meeting still be a surprise when the bond market prices it in a week in advance? Treasury yields rose across the board today. This was yesterday. At the long end, fears of inflation and separate fears of an onslaught of new debt reigned. The 10-year Treasury yield rose to 4.71%, and the 20-year yield rose to 5.20%, and the 30-year to 5.17%. I think you guys have heard me in the past say, when we get into like that 5%, you start getting scared. Normally, that's where you start worrying that we're going to start going to a hiking cycle. The latter two near multi-year highs. But what was really fascinating was that the bond market's reaction with the yield that primarily reflects what will happen at the FOMC meeting on the July 28th, 29th, and that is the 2-year yield. The 2-year Treasury yield spiked by 13 basis points yesterday. I'll just show you this. I'll bring it up for you. I did see the yield yesterday, and I was like, oh, hold on here. Show you this here. And this is where the problem came in yesterday. Was this yield jump here? This is the 2-year, and it had nobody there to say no, right? This demand on the short end here is telling you that not the long end, but the short end needs to be worked on. Okay, the long end is not going to be able to absorb all of this inflation, and so yesterday we hit a spike of 4.35%. And that is this is actually better right here. Let me show you this. So the 2-month Treasury yield. Hold on here. Let me show you guys this right here. This was yesterday, this red bar going up. And this is showing you that the bond market is demanding a rate hike in the July meeting. Now, Warsh has stated that he will listen to the bond market. The bond market is telling them raise fucking rates. So they kind of like fucked up at the last FOMC, in my view. I think that they really did. And I think that the Fed knows this data. They don't necessarily address it or say it. There was I felt like yesterday there was some, not yesterday, at the last FOMC, that there was some serious lying going on, and then some refusal to to admit where we are in inflation. So the 2-month yield spiked by 13 basis points today and by 15 basis points during the week to close at 3.95%. It's actually higher. According to the Treasury Department's yield calculation, this is at the upper end of the Fed's target range after it hikes by 25 basis points, which would bring its target range to 3.75 to 4.0. And we're actually higher now at 4. I think it was the high was like 4.14 or 25. And that makes sense to me that you're going to get 2 rate hikes. You're going to get them, even if you don't get them at this July meeting, you're going to be forced into them. So they kind of fucking squandered, in my view, they kind of fucking squandered that FOMC meeting to at least warn you about it. To say, hey, like, more than likely we're going to do this. Not guaranteed, but, be prepared for it. And they did not. So the Treasury Department's yield cut, this is the upper end of the Fed's target range, 3.75 to 4.0, and it is 32 basis points above the effective funds rate, which was that line in blue. Let me show you that line again. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. Hold on here. Nope, not my calculator. Snipping tool, please. All right, hold on here. Nope. And just so you can see this is the effective funds rate here, the blue dotted line. And this one is veering wildly away. It's actually higher than this, or yesterday it was higher than that. And it's basically telling you, the bond market is at least telling the Fed, you need a rate hike. And we'll tell you, and the stock market is going to panic about this. So you've got the Fed, which the Fed targets with its policy rates. Wolf says this is a stunning move, pricing in a, quote, surprise rate hike at the FOMC meeting next week. Do you know why this is a surprising move? We haven't had a surprise rate hike since, I think, the 90s. We had one surprise, I think, with Trump at a Senate hearing, but I think it was at a Senate hearing. I can't remember exactly what happened. I remember I was watching the Senate hearing and Trump freaked the fuck out. Maybe he wasn't president then. This might have been before him being a president too. I might be recalling incorrectly. But at any rate, it's very shocking. It's been a long fucking time since we've had anything like this happen. So buyers of securities that mature in about 2 months today demanded to be paid for the rest of a rate hike at the July meeting that hadn't already been priced in before today. So bond market doesn't give a fuck if you raise rates or not. They're demanding this yield in anticipation of a rate hike now or later. They don't give a fuck. They don't care if they're going to do it now, in 2 weeks, 4 weeks. They don't care if it's a surprise. They don't give a fuck. So buyers of securities that mature in about 2 months today demanded to be paid for the rest yesterday. Demanded to be paid for the rest of a rate hike at the July meeting that hadn't already been priced in before yesterday. The mid-September rate hike doesn't matter to them because their securities will mature by then. The 2-month yield has also spiked in June 2025 during the debt ceiling standoff when the bond market wasn't sure if the securities that matured in July and August of 2025 could be redeemed on maturity date, as the government's checking account, the TGA, would be running on empty by then, and it couldn't sell any new debt to raise new funds and might run out of money. And they wanted to be paid extra to take that risk. And so you're getting like you're getting like 2 groups of people that are saying this isn't going to happen, but then everybody that's involved knows the truth. Like all these motherfuckers, sorry to say the motherfucker word, shouldn't say that. All these father fuckers know the actual data. But knowing the data and then how you parlay it to you, or show it to you, or admit to it, or whatever, is 2 fucking different things. So everybody here knows. The bond market knows. You and I know. And the Fed knows. Now, Bob on Main Street might not know, or he might be bitching or whatever, but they might not know we're getting a rate hike. They're trying to like soften it and hold it as long as they possibly can. But the rest of us fucking know what's up. And these group of bond buyers, they know that there's a chance that their maturities are going to come to fruition, and they have to get that yield. They have to get this fucking thing, regardless of what bullshit they're talking and spewing to you and I. So After the debt ceiling was resolved by July 4th, 2025, and the Treasury Department began selling Treasury bills successfully by the trainload to raise the funds needed to stay in business and replenish its checking account, the 2-month yield settled back down. This is the middle of 2025, like May, June, July of 2025. The 3-month Treasury yield, which rose by 6 basis points yesterday and by 10 basis points during the week, also to 3.95%. I bet that one's higher. According to Treasury Department, also prices in a rate hike. But its window includes the September FOMC meeting. And so a rate hike either at the July meeting or the September meeting would be priced in, but not 2 rate hikes. So the U.S. Treasury yesterday was at 3.9. I haven't looked to see what it is. I'm assuming that priced in a second hike as well yesterday before he wrote that article. And this is the new era of the Fed. Warsh has scuttled forward guidance. He has been silent about rate hikes, but adamant about inflation being too high. But he failed at his fucking FOMC. This is my side note here. He fucking failed at that FOMC to explain the actual inflation danger ahead. Like we've been saying inflation is too high, like parroting that. Even Powell has parroted that. But no one has been willing to say, hey, we're like 1 or 2 reports away from like blowing out inflation at 4.8% or even higher, believe it or not. These weekly squiggles do not mean anything. Like they mean for like intraday trading and stuff, but like when you're looking at inflation right now, it is like cranking. You know, intra-week, intra-month, we get these wild things where, oh my God, inflation's gone down, so we're going to rip the market up. Oh my God, the inflation's really bad, so we're going to sell the market down. But in fact, this line right here, this trend is fucking mooning right now. It is fucking mooning. So this is the new era of the Fed. We know that Warsh needs to make friends and get people on his side, but we also fucking know what's going on underneath the surface. The participants in the Treasury market are now left to their own devices. They can no longer look at the Fed for guidance. They have to dig through and digest the data on their own. And as Warsh has said, the huge bond market is very good at that. And they have come up with their own conclusions as to the yield they want to be paid to buy these securities. Warsh said that the Fed would use the bond market signals as one of the key inputs in the Fed's monetary policy decisions. So yesterday, the bond market provided that signal. Yesterday and Thursday, the bond market said, so forget all this fucking shit with Iran. That's all secondary shit. It's actually a positive. The reason why you hear the noise about Iran right now is because gas and fucking oil companies do not want the U.S. to own the Strait of Hormuz. It brings your prices down for oil and gas. You have to remember that the U.S. is now, you might not know this, but we are a net exporter of gas and oil in the United States. You can look that up on your own. I know people tell you that it's not true. It is. It's very true. And not only that, the U.S. can and has stifled prices due to the fact that we are a net exporter of oil in this country. We're supposed to send everything through OPEC, but that's not really truly the full extent of what happens. And this isn't a shortage either, like the COVID shortage, where you just can't get stuff. You can still get 92, 95% of the oil that's coming out. We are a rich nation. So it's not like the U.S. can't afford the oil. It's not like we can't pay for the oil and the gas and all that other fucking stuff. And our economy is fucking great right now. So that's a secondary thing. Don't focus on the war. Focus on inflation. Focus on unemployment. Remember that we're a first world nation. We're the biggest economy in the fucking world, period. So that is the real concern here. And the bond market is making that statement as well, that the bigger concern is inflation, and I think that you should focus on that as well. So Warsh said, so the participants in the Treasury market are now left to their own devices. They can no longer look at the Fed for guidance. They have to dig through and digest the data on their own. And as Warsh has said, the huge bond market is very good at it. And they have come up with their own conclusion. That's the yield they want to be paid to buy these securities. Warsh said that the Fed would use the bond market signals as one of the key inputs in Fed monetary policy. So yesterday, the bond market provided that signal. Excuse me here. Sorry about that. I was trying to open up this article here. Warsh said that the Fed would use the bond market signals. The Fed hasn't sprung a true. This is the key important part here. And this is where you get the panicky bulls. This is where you're going to get like the panic. So the Fed has not sprung a true surprise rate hike on the markets in eons. Maybe not since 1994 under Greenspan in an intermediate rate hike at that. And it started a tightening cycle. So remember this is some key stuff here, right? True surprise rate hike, not since 1994, like a real one. It wasn't done at an FOMC meeting. It was done like in between the middle, like a press conference on a Sunday. I think it was actually a press conference on a Sunday. It might have been on 60 Minutes, but I can't remember. This is 1994. I was a young fucking man. I was a young adult. 1994, I was in college at that time. I was in the Army. Was I in the Army still? Can't remember. I might have still been in the Army, or by that point I was in college. I can't recall. It was a very long time ago. At any rate, Warsh's take. So under Greenspan, an intermeeting rate hike at that, and it started a tightening cycle. Warsh has taken Greenspan as a model in terms of reducing communications, leaving markets to their own devices without forward guidance, and prioritizing the price stability mandate over employment mandate. There is a chance that the bond market is getting it wrong. So let's talk about that too. And this is a good point to make here. And I think I said this earlier to you, which is the expectation is that inflation is going to fucking rage. Now, let's say you do get 2 or 3 reports and inflation is coming down. PCE is great, CPI is great, and they're wrong. We won't get the rate hikes. So there's a chance the bond market is getting it wrong, or that the Fed will be ignoring. This is the other side of this, because the Fed did ignore it the last FOMC, and that is the Fed will ignore signals from the bond market and not hike in July, or that the bond market will change its mind tomorrow and walk back those rate hike expectations. However this comes out, it promises to be a rougher ride, but in a fresh breeze. I'm not on that. I mean, he's giving some hope. Wolf here, I think, is trying to give some hope to this, or at least giving you like, here's the 20%, 5%, 15% other outcomes that could take place. But you wouldn't trade that. You definitely wouldn't trade that. It would take the Fed at the Fed meeting to be more digging their heels in, saying you're not getting a fucking rate hike. It ain't happening. So you'd have to listen for that. We don't have that data yet. We don't have Warsh's speech on the 27th, 28th. That's next week. We don't have that information, but I would assume that you're not going to get that speech from him. And I would also assume that he's going to get pressed with questions. The journals are going to come out and say, like, hey, the bond market is telling you point blank raise fucking rates over here. Why aren't you doing it? And who's influencing your decision not to do that? Let me read, see if there's any comments in here to read to you. This is interesting too. This is a good one. So, and this is a big parroting talk. Warsh is a paper tiger. I'll believe it when I see it. And I think Wolf makes a good commentary. He says, read the article, not your imagination. This is the bond market talking, not Warsh. So even Wolf is like saying, the Warsh is what Wolf is saying is that he wants the bond market, the stock market, and the econ data to tell the story. And he wants the stock market and the bond market to signal to him that we need rate hikes. He's not saying that Warsh is the paper tiger. He's not saying that Warsh is the hawk or anything like that. And I think even Wolf has said in the past that he can't raise rates because he needs to form a coalition of the willing, of little governors, and they might not be willing to raise rates with immediacy. So you could just get, what you could end up getting is just huge volatility, even if there's no rate hike, where the stock market gets freaked out and starts selling, where the bond market starts raising rates, holding them high, on the shorter end until they actually do either get better data or they get or they raise rates, one or the other. Hold on, I got one more of this here. Someone's claiming that the bond vigilantes are starting to stir the pot. I don't know if those are bond vigilantes. I think they're long gone now. I think there's just white suits in the Oval Office. Maybe that is the bond vigilantes still. That one guy says here, bond vigilantes finally started finally stirring from a guidance-induced slumber, wiping the sleep from their eyes, and then panicking because they don't recognize the room they're waking up in. The next response was, "Let me describe the room. Inflation is at double the mandate and rising. Tariffs and oil wars are doing all they can to push prices up." That's false. Tariffs is false. It's slightly, but not a ton. They're having a harder time passing along the profit or the losses to the producers at this point. So you could say, yeah, tariffs are starting to impact potentially. Oil wars are bullshit. That's all coming from companies. USD is worth a tenth less than it was 19 months ago. I agree with that. That's a good statement. The rotating voting membership of the FOMC is tilted towards the most dovish members. There's nobody but doves in the room. I agree with that. There are doves in the room. They need the executive to okay the 2 hikes, which I think that they have, believe it or not. I think it's more just of a timing thing. What else do they say here? The FOMC has cut off most communication, is just sitting in the corner of the room, completely neutralized. FOMC Chair Kev War seems to have made a deal with the devil to get his job, and the deal involves using committees to stall the necessary rate hikes until they're beyond the midterms, while not communicating when they will arrive. Possibly. I think that was probably true weeks ago, maybe a month ago. I don't know that that's true today. I don't know if they can get past the midterms anymore. Maybe they can fudge the numbers for like the midterms. We don't get the rate hike until at post midterms. Potentially, if they fudge them, they potentially could. You know, they looked like they massaged the numbers a little bit, tiny bit, but not a ton at the last reports that I saw. Not enough to make a difference. Let's watch this here. We're still waiting for this 12:30 flows here. And there the vigilantes sit with a 30-year time bomb bond on their hands. Do they click sell? Yes, they do. Someone else, another commenter talked about AI. I don't want to talk anything about that right now. I don't. They seem to want to see the AI bubble implode. That's all horseshit. We're not imploding the bubble. It's just a matter of how do we get the hikes, when do we get the hikes, and how do we communicate that it's not an actual hiking cycle. I think that's the biggest thing that needs to happen here. And that's all I've got for you on this bond yield thing yesterday. But basically, the top line takeaway is that the bond market is, set these up here, see if we can catch a high to sell. It's right here. Stack this up. This is very heavy here. This is very difficult to get past. You can already see that. Sellers galore in here. It's here. So there you go in the bond market. There you go on rate hikes. I don't know what the other takeaway from this would be. I think, yeah, I think price wise we've done what the damage that needs to be done. Next week, I can't tell you what Warsh is going to say. I wish he would just have fucking addressed it. But I wish he would just have said, "Hey, we expect the data to be good in the next couple weeks, um, but we know that that's short-term data. In the long term, it's rising out of control in the background. Inflation is, and we're in the bottom right now. If any of you guys follow Larry Williams last November, he said he broke out his inflation chart. His inflation chart he has a natural inflation chart. We do cyclical natural inflation. And he warned, I think, last November, he was like, by the time you get into July of this year, or I think he may have said summer, the curve on natural inflation is going to rise, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You can try to thwart it, you can try to blunt it, but there's nothing really that we can do to stop this inflation cycle, other than trying to blunt it with rates, basically. Try to limit limit the speed at which inflation rages out of control. And you should think about this too. For not July, but like when we get to springtime, that inflation should be fucking hot as a motherfucker. It should be crazy hot. And the longer that they put this off, the more we leave. I think I brought this up during the last FOMC, which was, are you trading the idea of being able to tell the market we're not in a rate hike cycle, you're only getting 2 hikes, where you can actually use that argument to make you can use the argument that you're only getting 2 rate hikes to push the narrative that we're not going into a hiking cycle. And I think that the longer that you don't do that, like let's say you push it into September or you push it into the midterms in November, you start leaving the argument of 2 hikes or being able to defend 2 hikes as not a hiking cycle, and conversation should transition into a hiking cycle. So let's say we get to the midterms, this could potentially turn into something if we don't get any action from the Fed now, it could turn into a full-blown hiking cycle by spring. So we maybe ramp one more time at the end of the year, and then we do something very similar to 2022, excuse me. We could do something very similar to 2022 where we do a hiking cycle for a whole summer. And we don't actually recover until fall, or we start the hiking cycle, let's say November, December, post FOMC. You end up getting like a slightly earlier hiking cycle, and instead of it being into like October, it's into like summertime next year, where we have a pretty decent like grind lower or sideways and fading slowly like we did in 2022 into at least the summer months. If it isn't until October, maybe it's into like June, July, or something like that. And also at that point, I would expect more hiking than just the 2. I would expect like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, believe it or not. If we're in that natural inflation cycle and it's fucking ramping like that, and they're buying the time for the midterm up trade, it's going to get so out of control that I would expect lots of hiking and tightening too from the Treasury. Right now we're pumping money. You know that, right? Like we have like stealth QE going on right now. And not only do we have stealth QE going on right now, we have the money sloshing around in the AI trade. We have like lots of money coming in from corporations. We've got lots of money coming in from individuals. So we have that money too contributes to this inflation cycle that we're in. It's not just like the Treasury Department or the Fed not hiking. It's also private money as well. That's another source of this kind of stuff. So if they buy that time, maybe. Look at that. They're all up here. Watch this closely here. See how high we can get into 12.30. See if these flows turn. Let's look at it like this. Try to look into something like this right here. Let's see if these sellers come in right about here. I'm going to assume here they don't want to get above R1. We'll see if we can start selling this thing back down in the close. And I have calls on if you want to know right now. I've got 743 Cs on. And I got a fucked up story to tell you guys. So I almost forgot about it again. You want to hear a bad story, like trading story? Like over the years, I've like bought stocks with my wife, for her to hold. Only stocks though, like stocks, crypto, that kind of shit. No options. And I've been teaching her about the stock market now for a couple of years, like intensively. And one of the things we've been doing is I'm opening positions for her and then having her close them. Having her actually close those positions for herself. I was trying to teach her entries, and then I explained to her about exits. And so we went through like the whole opening positions, like how do you open a position? So we opened, or I opened at the close of, right, I think it was like 2:30 or 3:30 in the afternoon. I opened a bunch of calls on Now for their ER. And I think this was Wednesday, I think. And I had to go to the doctor early yesterday morning, like 7:30 in the morning. And so I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, you make the decision on when you close these calls. Now, this isn't her fault. Don't blame her. She's a new option trader. So I'm like, I would close them at 9:30 right on the opening bell. But you can do whatever you want to do. And they weren't, they were in the money, making money on the open yesterday, but she decided to leave them on. They fucking burned. Oh my God. I still own them, or she owns them, but she's like, I just want to leave it on until they expire. I go, oh God, maybe you should become a bear. So you're gonna hold calls until they expire? I'm like, I just take the money and run. Move this over here for a minute. Let's just take a peek at this half hour and see what happens. So I lost a bunch of money yesterday morning. So when I was not here yesterday, I was at a doctor. I torched like tens of thousands of dollars yesterday. And I'm not talking about like the winnings. Then my buy-in is fine. My shit's on fire right now. So if you ever like teach someone how to trade with real money, try to be there, I guess, is the try to be there for them. Keep going up a little bit more. Pop right through that number 4, or maybe they're gonna try to reject this here, but it's still likely gonna come back down here, and then up there, something like this. Be a little bit something here. There's the halfway point. Hey, look, I'm making money. Woohoo! Make me some money. Making some money. Gotta make back our losses. Is that a pretty bad loss? I haven't had a loss like that in a while. I didn't get mad. I'll say that. I did not get mad. Like I have patience. I just kept telling myself, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient. I should have had her fucking paper trade it. I want her to do it live because it's different. Like it's completely fucking different trading live versus paper trade. Paper trading is kind of bullshit. Exiting is way harder than entering. Well, I don't know if that's true. Entering is an art form, I think. I don't know. I hate saying that, like art form, but like entering is like fairly easy to learn, I think. And like patience goes a long way with entering a trade. but I totally agree. Like exiting is never fucking easy. It's one of the hardest things to learn. And then you get intoxicated with the win. It's you should see it too, because I made like pretty much made the perfect entry, and then like it fucking ripped all fucking night into the open yesterday. And I think I don't know. And then you have like I had to, and she didn't understand option interest either. And I had to explain all that. And that was my failure. I didn't tell her about interest and how it wanes at post ER. I should have said that to her, and I didn't. That she needs another trigger for more buying on the open, and even if they do trigger more buying on the open, typically that option you bought goes right back to where you bought it from, like the price that you bought it at. You normally that's how it happens. Has happened to me. For like a 15 minutes window, you'll see your options go straight down to where you bought them. Then they start rocketing if there's buyers on the opening on of the next day ER. But it's what it is. So I took a pretty fucking heavy loss this week. It's probably the first major loss I've had, and it's been a long time. I want to say it's maybe even been a year since I've had taken a loss like that. So at any rate, that's where that is. What else do I have for you guys? Let's take a quick look at Gamma. We haven't done any Gamma this week, so let's go take a look at this, and we're gonna look at some upcoming ERs and stuff like that. For next week and see what we got, because we're on a nice fat low. Maybe we can get another fatter low on Monday. And we'll take a look at some of next week's earnings, and we'll take a look at the Gamma setup for next week as well. Oh fuck! Now I'm going down again. Hold on. They're taking all my money again. Tighter, guys. Should have just taken the money and run. Still, I don't think we're at the tops in yet. I think we can go up a little bit more. I'm getting some alerts on UPST just as a heads up. And I want to check something else here. I noticed this week that we've had a lot less risk on spec growth. I want to take a look at that too. This one? This one. Yeah, I've only got three returns for risk on. This whole week, I haven't seen much risk on for spec growth. It's indicative. I would expect in the next 2 weeks, that I'm not gonna get any more returns for risk on for spec growth. I would assume by like first week of August, potentially. Right now, I've got. Let me just take a look at this and see what I got here. Now I've only got 2. Not many. I had 3 a few minutes ago. Now I've only got 2. It doesn't necessarily mean the market goes down. It just means that spec growth is one of the first. Spec growth is usually one of the first risk off areas of the stock market before we actually go risk off. It's usually a fairly good indicator. If I see like 2 weeks of no returns for spec growth, that's when usually it's telling you ahead of time that we're about to go risk off. It's not immediate, but it's following soon thereafter. On Gamma, let's take a look at Gamma. Hold on here. It says you're viewing SPX Gamma exposure that has delayed data. That's because I'm not signed in, so I need to sign in. Log in really quick and get the real-time data. I gotta do a bunch of fucking. I gotta do like 18 different fucking login things here because no one can come up with an easy fucking password. God, that whoever designs that thing is gonna be fucking filthy rich. We need quantum, right? Okay, log in here. Let's go take a look at this together. we're going to do SPX. Freeze a snapshot here. And let's look at, let's start with net gamma. Let's take a peek. We're currently trading 7425. And on net, we're pinned. This is the magnet right here. This is max pain right now for the current net gamma in the market. We're trading right in this vicinity. I think we're trading 7427 right now. So we're trading just where the pin is right here. And remember that this 7600 is still here. This is why I think that there's a good chance if we don't lose this here, we can go down a little bit, but you can see that this is the bottom of the option market here for the next layer, and this here would be the target. This is on here. You notice too, we've only been putting in these lows in after hours. They can't do this in cash. So there's 7400. And then we've got this one target up here, 7600. I think we can hit that potentially on the 31st of July, that we can actually run it with the flagpole to this one, and then we're not going to pass that. Maybe we get overrun a little bit if people are getting calls. Maybe they're in a maybe the Fed says something like, everything's fine, man. They run this up, get the 7,700 sold, but then the inflation prints start coming out. They get nasty. We get sent right the fuck back down to the depths of hell. Let's look at the 0 date. See what this is. 7425. We are currently trading 7426. So we still have this big bearing, like driving home magnet where we don't go anywhere today, right? The unclench from this should be pretty good over the weekend. Maybe see a nice rip on the weekend, because if this goes away, that could help us. We have 7465 as the upside target. On 1 dates, this is for Monday, things improve. 7450 for a magnet lower, and then 7500 here. And then on 2 dates, this would be Tuesday, we start getting a little bit more magnety to the upside. We start putting in some bottom in here, 7550. This is what I'm talking about with you about trading up to that 7600 into the end of the month. And then on 3 dates, this is Tuesday, I think. Tuesday. This starts getting ugly. This is the Fed meeting. Big hedging and big gamma magnet down below 7,300. Still have the 7,600 though showing above. And then on, we don't need to look at OPEX. So let's start to chart this thing out together. So let me move this away. We're going to go with net. We're going to start here with net. And that's that UPST. I was looking for this SPX. Yeah. Give me a few seconds here. I got to set this stuff up here. You've got 7425. This is a major gamma bar. Magnet, right? Here. Nice target hit here. Call it major put wall. They're lower than this. We've got 7,400. We already hit that one. Nope. This is a put wall, small put wall. And this down below underneath it is the bottom of the next layer, the next leg lower, 7,300. way down here. This is where the pain is. And try to get us some acceptance down here. You can see that. Try to push us underneath this big put wall here to see if we can get some traction. You can see right in here. Hold on. This is 1600. And you can see already that, let me just check this on Webull really quick. On SPY, we went, we didn't go under it yesterday. That's pretty good. Just looking to see if we went underneath it yesterday. No, we did. Hold on. Nope. Let's check this. What's going on? It's kind of wonky. So that's good. We didn't go underneath this in the overnight last night. That's good to see. So we're not trading any of this right now. On the upside targets, we've got 7450. I think that's where we're going right now. This one right here. Still haven't hit it. If you're looking for that upside, this is your target. This is a tough one. Like theoretically, this is positive gamma, but it's a very weak positive gamma. I'm not going to draw a line for it. I mean, in reality, it's like 7455. Ooh, nice. Am I making money here? Holy shit, I'm making money. Woo! God damn. I'm making bank right now. Hey, show me how much money I'm making. Where am I? Hey, come on. There we go. There we go. That's good. About to get out here. Hold on. That's really odd. Yeah, I just got out just now. I'm out. I'm flat. Okay, so we've got. Let's go back to this fucking stupid shit up here. So we've got 755. This should be white. White. Come on now. Yeah, I at least got one trade in for you guys this week. I got one winning trade for you. I said I'm long. We squeezed. I said I'm out. We're out. This could go higher, but I'm out. I'm good. This is positive gamma right here. It's here. Theoretically, that's positive gamma, but it's really fucking weak. It's kind of a bullshit. It's not like a big green bar or anything. And then let's look at two more targets above. We've got 7550 and 7600. So if we squeeze, this is gamma. Don't worry, I'm going to show you this in a better way here in a minute. If we start squeezing, this is the first target right here. Make this one, should I make that green or yellow? I don't know, yellow. Call wall. That's the first major call wall. And then 7,600 is the top here. And this is what I'd like to see this 7,600 get hit by like either pre FOMC or if the FOMC tells you everything's gonna be fucking fine. Up here for some liquidity to sell. I'm gonna be looking to sell or hedge the market for the fall up here. Top of calls. Top of call gamma. This is where the squeeze is. This is the setup for the squeeze here, so you know. Positive gamma up here. Put this on a 1 hour. There we go. Put wall, major, put wall, positive gamma. Call wall, top of gamma up here. Okay. So today, let's go look at 0 dates, 1 dates, so forth and so on. 7465 is if we hold this and don't get sucked into this today. For 1 dates on Monday. Let's call it Monday at 9:30. 7465 right here. And then we've got Max Payne 4070. Let's do Max Payne. This is by Monday. No, this is 0 dates, excuse me. Okay, so that's 0 dates up here. This is today close or anytime today. On 1 dates, we have 7450. So sideways into Monday, 9:30 a.m. We also potentially have on Monday 7,500. Do this into the close on Monday. There. Let's do Monday open. Right there. There's Monday open. And then 2 dates. We have 7555, no, 7550 and 7400. $75.50 right there for Monday open, or excuse me, Tuesday open. And then we've got 7,400 back down here. Something like this and like that. 3 dates, we've got 7,300 and 7,600. Oof. This is Wednesday close. We'll just call this. Nope, we don't even need to do that. We're just going to go straight down here. I was going to do like the double boner, but you don't need to see that. Basically, it's like down like this and then down here. No, there is a target for 7,600 and 3/8 as well. I'm assuming that this positioning is for no hike, no hike, no hike. This is next Friday. This happens to be the 31st. So there's your attempt at at least gamma wise, this is your attempt here at the all-time highs for the month end. And that's all we've got for data on short term. So it's something like this. The only thing I want to say to you here is if we come into 1230 and if we go into 1230, they try to sell this down, we could dump all the way down here into the close and then whipsaw up into Monday. That's the only thing I can see here that's negative. What's going on, Shaq? How are you? If this makes sense, something just like this. This is your gamma map. And that wouldn't shock me to see us blood all the way down here, believe it or not. Sweep all this stuff. I'm just going to draw that one right down there. Close that gap, and then rip roaring up into the close. Now, this gamma map is likely reflecting the belief that we're not getting a hike. That's what I'm expecting. I expect that nobody is expecting a hike on the FOMC meeting in here. If we do get the hike, I would expect into the weekend at least this 5%. I would expect that without a doubt. If you get the hike, it'd be a fucking bloodbath down here. So that's very possible, and that would if you get the hike in here, you can kiss all this away. These would all burn. You wouldn't get any of that. You'd be down here. Now there might be some recovery in here, but it ain't gonna matter. They would be shutting the door up with you in here into the beginning of the month. That's only if we get a hike, though. The market is not positioned for that right now. The market is positioned for this up move. I might have to get long again. Let's leave this here for you. If you want to snip this, you can. I'll draw this in at least. Current gamma regime does not take into account new information such as FOMC. So right there. If you want to snip this, you're more than welcome to. Also note that we have lots of sellers up here. Also note that we could get sucked back down at the end of the day down below. Any of these sellers that want to tee off on this stuff here, you can already see it in this map down below. Look at that. Remember that we're not in 1230 yet. I'm in at 1230. Here's where they all are. Do not attempt to sell this unless we get sell flows at 1230, obviously. And I think that's everything for Gamma. I think we're clean until FOMC, unless maybe people freak out. Potentially, if people freaked out next week before we get to FOMC, but like, what's going on here? Sorry, I'm in another trade too. I got a bunch of other stupid shit on. I got some now shit. I'm like trading now right now as well to try to make back that money that I lost, allowing my wife to trade it. Can't blame her. It's definitely all my fault. We'll win it back. I will have my vengeance. God damn. God. I don't even want to look at this. Like, hey, I'm looking at this trade right now, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to cry. Hold on here, guys. Whoever said that earlier, yes, you're right. Exits are always harder. Agreed, man. Fucking people get greedy as fuck. Notice how we're at 7,500 right now. Expect sellers to come in. 7,500 on ES. They're already setting up, trying to sell this thing here. If you want to switch to some puts, you might be able to. Not yet, though. You know, we want to like lose the 1 minute and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to remove this now. Sloppy. We can remove this one too. Let's just see if these sellers come in and try to sell us down on the bell. We have a magnet down here, repellent magnet down here, so it's a magnet if we start selling. What was that? Well, you know what I think it is that I had the conversation with her the night before. I like went to bed with her and I was like, "Look, I got an appointment at 7:30. I don't know if I'm gonna be back for the bell." I'm like, "I can't be on my fucking phone when I'm in a doctor." Like, "Sorry, doc, I need to do some of this." So I was like, and I want her to learn this stuff too. Like, I need her to learn how to trade. I need to make sure that I'm teaching her properly, and I know that she's gonna run into these issues too. Like, it's not like I don't know. I know that she's gonna make bad choices, and I have to let her make those bad choices to an extent so she can learn too. Um, like the only way that I learned in the stock market was by losing. I'll be honest with you. Like I fucking was a fucking, like hard headed fucking trader. Um, it was very difficult for me to, I needed to take losses to know when to take the money and run. I've never been the guy either that's, or I shouldn't say never. When I was a young trader, I was always the guy that was, let your runners run. And, when I looked at like, my trader log over time, I realized that I was, taking too many losses that weren't making my overall account, um, winning enough. So now I try to scrape bottoms and I try to, get out before we get to that point. Like just this trade right here. And I took that trade right there, and I'm out. Like right there, that's where I'm out. So take the money and run. I'm a happy guy. I put together enough, string enough of those together over the course of a year. My years are stacking up very well. So I don't know how you are as a trader, but myself as a trader, that like let your runners run whole themology or whatever. Over time, that hasn't worked for me. Maybe it works for you. But it doesn't work for me. Um, in out, in out, in out. Spreads work for me typically, so I'm usually pretty fine on that. But there's time that's usually easier than like intraday trading, weekly trading, and that kind of stuff. Any like the intraday stuff, any of like the ER stuff or event driven stuff, I'm like in out, in out, in out, in out. It's treated me so much better. I've become a way better fucking trader doing that rather than I'm gonna hold it all day long to the fucking closing bell. Trend days are good for that. Trend days you can do that, but if you're not on a trend day, then you know, unless you know you're in a trend day, um, in out, in out, in out, in out. It's been excellent. See this right here? Just be careful of this. See this big drop right here? They're gonna attempt to sell this fucking thing, even if they're unsuccessful. They're gonna try in here. Don't short this yet. Even though it looks like it's gonna start fucking. I guess you could if you wanted to try. I just don't like that we're above the 1 minute trigger yet. I like being under this at least. My preference is to see this like slam down here and then start stalling and then maybe not there, but like to see like slam down here and then start trying to take it over here. You can get trapped in here. You'll run your ass up if you do this too early. So don't do it. Don't sell it just yet. Or I guess you could. If any, you're gonna buy some puts out there, you can attempt. It's very low. It's a very low percentage chance of winning. And if they can't sell this, we'll pick it back up at 12:30 and run this thing up into the close. Me, I put on like in a bull market, I used to do more. I used to do like 12 spreads a year. 10 to 12 in a bull year. Now I only do like 4. I don't do as many as I ever did before. I try to buy seasonal lows. Try to do like a seasonal low in the spring and seasonal low in the fall. Put a bunch of time on them. It's been good. Just call spreads, looking for high prints like seven. Right now, I'm looking for 760. The matter of fact, the spread I have on right now dies on the 31st. It expires, but I get prints. Sometimes I've gotten prints. I tend to leave them on until I tend to put them on for either. I used to put them on for OPEXs. Uh, then I started putting them on for like a week or two after the end of the quarter or the month that I want to get printed on. Recently, I've pulled back from that. I just do the 31st. There was a time when I was putting them on for like the first week of the new month. So if let's say my target was July, this spread was a target for July. I used to do like OPEX, and then I would lose some of them, and then I was doing them on OPEX, and I have had some like not print until the close of OPEX, and then I've been in OPEXs where we've blooded down, so I don't get the print. So then I moved to like first week of the new month on a Wednesday. Now I stopped doing that. Now I just do the the end of the month. So you can't always take those spreads. If you take them too far out in time, you can't get like the first week. They're not available. So the ones that are available are typically like OPEX, month end. So if you can grab those chains and jump in them, I usually see a print like either the OPEX close or the month end close, like 4 p.m. Like literally right at the close. I'm closing these spreads usually at like fucking 3:45 in the afternoon. And they usually fully print. It's bizarre too. I've had them on where they do great the whole time I have them on. Sometimes I've had them on and they go down to like 20% of their value, and they literally won't print until the fucking closing bell. Like literally half an hour before the closing bell, they'll start printing, and I'll get like 90% of the print. And they're green right now. It's just a matter of I'm trying to like get like, because I'm in from the June lows. Like I'm in from like the 12th or the 5th or the 12th or something like that. I can't remember when I executed them, but it was like middle or early June. It was either like June 5th or in around the 12th. So, and I've held on to them this entire time. I could have I could have closed them, but I'm like, nope, just want that fucking 760 print, um, or even above it. If they like, if the dealers catch the 760 and start running it up, or if the retailers start running up and the dealers run with it, then that's when I would really want to close them. And it hasn't happened. In bear markets, I used to only put on like four bull spreads, but we haven't been in a bear market since I've done that. So I think if I was to do it in a bear market, probably two this time, or for the future bear markets, it'll only be two a year. A spring low and a fall low. But I used to be a big time spread trader. I fucking loved. Before I started streaming, that's what all I did. I stopped trading when I didn't need to trade. So before I started streaming, I got to a point where I was able to just like fucking open the laptop, find like it's kind of like I needed to know less information when I was a swing trader. I didn't even need to know too many rules. I just looked for like quarterly lows, find a big like I'd literally like be out doing my own shit, having fun, fucking off on Twitter, making fun of people, doing 0-day trades, that kind of stupid shit. And then I'd put on these big swing trades, and I would only put them in on like the biggest down days of the quarter, like red graphics for like a week on fucking CNBC, and I just throw a spread on if it was the right time of the year. And I didn't care when it was either. Like, so I couldn't like spring and be like, I don't give a fuck when it rolls. I don't care if it's fucking April. I don't care if it's fucking February, March. I don't give a fuck when it happens. I just know it's gonna happen. And so once the roll would start, I would just start looking at the market and saying, "Oh, we're gonna put on some spreads." It was a really easy time. If you're that trader, it's a great way to trade. But the market's not like that. The market is like soap opera. The market like sucks you in. Most of the news that you read, most of the shit that you consume on, like, no offense to FinTwit, but like most, if we get consumed by that shit, you know. I think all traders like they want more information, so they're constantly checking CNBC, Bloomberg, and Google News. All the algorithms pick up that you're trading and stuff. So before you know it, you're like falling down these rabbit holes. And I think it was a much simpler time for me as a trader. I think if you become a swing trader, you literally close the laptop. You stop following the soap opera completely, and you're just watching big price action, like big down weeks. Like you get like a 5-7% correction, you're Johnny on the spot sitting there going, "Okay, I'm here. Let's go. We're gonna put on a call spread and run this fucking thing up." And then you close your laptop again. That's the other problem. You got to close your laptop again. You don't care what they're talking about. You're like, "Yeah, we're down 7%. Time to get long." Um, no, you know what I've tried. So okay, that's a whole other thing. So, when I learned how to spread trade, I traded everything. I did the wheel. I was unsuccessful at the wheel. I always felt like I was a winner on the wheel, and then I would lose one or two. And then when I would calculate the cost and the taxes, I wasn't making enough money. Um, and I know that people get very complex with calendar spreads, depending on the environment we're in. I know people love selling options. I'm not that rich. I feel like like I sell options, but like I'll take assignments. I'll sell options. Sometimes I get roped and stuck in an end of a quarter. Sometimes I'll get stuck sometimes with no free cash, and I'm like sitting in some form of a condor or spread. Um, Anyways, I don't have the time for it anymore. Like I just don't have the time for I don't have the time for selling options. It's boring. You're constantly checking your shit. It's kind of like being an accountant. It's boring for a show. There's no excitement in it. Like no one's gonna watch a fucking there's no such thing as a channel out there of someone selling options, and it's got like everybody's watching or whatever. We started the show to try to like honeypot you into becoming an option seller. The idea was to drag you away from losing all your money and shitco's, and have a tool bag of tools to be able to come back to the spoos to trade. Maybe your stock is dead and it's just sitting in the water doing nothing. So you can always come into SPY and just make money, or SPX, or ES. I don't really care what you use. Um, and I think the idea behind the show is to uh, try to like entice you with the 0 to 8 shit, and then get you into the group, and then say, okay, we're going to sit you down over here, and we're going to teach you how to be a winning trader, and we're going to do some more complex trading together. I think that's the idea, but I don't have that option. I have to sit on this fucking show all day long. I don't have to, but I sit on this show all day long to try to like give you the tools to be a more successful trader, trading SPY or SPX. If you trade this with like futures or with SPX or whatever it is, that's fine. Like I take assignments on SPY, not as much as I used to, but I used to take a lot of assignments on SPY. If I had like a losing day, I would take the assignment, hold the stock, and either sell options against it or hold it until it was green, and then get rid of it until I made money back. But I found that every end of quarter, I was like, I had no money. I owned all SPY, catch the dividend, and then sell fucking SPY and get out of here. But I was limited in trading, like, because my money was wrapped up. So I don't know how to explain this better, but so I don't do that as much as I used to. And the spreads that I do are simple. They're just bull call spreads. They're nothing rocket sciencey. There's nothing like. There are probably better ways to trade it. Look at it more like I would look at it more like how JPM does the collar. The JPM collar is like kind of a garbage hedge. There are way more complex and way easier ways to make money and hedge the market and control volatility in the market. JPM has never changed that trade. They still do the fucking bearish seagull. And the fucking bearish seagull is like me trading a bull call spread. It's just basic. It's not nothing rocket sciencey about it. There's better ways to do this. But for me, it was just an easy way to make money. I didn't have to worry about it. And I could also open the spread separately. It's like, that's another thing. If you can open just a basic bull call spread, if you can open each leg separately, there's all kinds of cool shit you can do with it. All kinds of cool shit. Print one side, close it, just have the other side hanging on. You can actually turn that into a wider spread. You can actually add more wings on it and stuff. But anyways, for me, it worked. I had like free time. I was able to fucking do anything I wanted. I was able to fuck my wife whenever I wanted, see the kids, go out and about, travel and ski. I think when I was doing that, I was skiing. I was getting in like 30 days a year or something. It was a nice way to live. I'm sure at some point when I'm an old man, I'll do the same thing. Or my other option is to teach my wife how to trade. So if I'm like dead and dying and they're trying to fucking cut the cancer out of me, I can be like, okay, baby, you got the magic. I'm out of here. I'm dead, but you're gonna live. Something like that. Let's see if they can roll this thing down. They're gonna try to take an attempt at it. Let's put this one in right here. Put a nice little yellow right here, not red. Let's just see if they're successful. If they're not, we'll take this trade long to the upside. Just give it a few minutes. I want to give you a quick rule here to write in your book at home. When the flows come in, they usually start at 12, at 10 and 12, not 10:30, not 12:30, 10 and 12. But the bigger flows are at the half an hour after. So you want to be watching. Normally you go flat right here. At 10 and 12, normally go flat. And you want to just see what the first price action is in the first half an hour at 12. And then you'll see continuation in that 12:30. So let's say you get something like this, like you get some buy flows up here for a new high, right? And then the real flows come in and go up here. Or you're getting sold down into this 12 o'clock and they're stopping you at 12:30. Then the flows really kick in here, if that makes any sense. So you want to be like very like aware of what price action is taking place here and use your rules at this point as well and be aware of what else is going on. In this example, the 5-minute trigger is coming up, swooping up higher. We also have the half an hour trigger attempting to come up and push us higher as well. So you want to just see if we're going to come back and check any of this stuff. if that half-hour trigger is going to help out, the 5-minute trigger is going to help out, or they start failing into that 12:30. Man, my throat is like, you can tell I haven't been streaming because my throat is weak. It actually feels weak. Not sore, feels weak. I got weak throat, guys. Oh, Eugene Park, you just super chatted? What do I think about these news saying companies like B of A, JPM, running a record profit trading? What are they doing? Taking retail's money? Okay, that's a good question, Eugene. I'll answer that for you. I did hear something about that this week, but I don't know enough information. I either heard a discussion or I read a headline about that. Um, so let's talk about banks. You know, I have been I haven't been trading for a long time relative to other people, I think. Um, but I have been trading for a long time relative to other people too. So I have been trading for since sometime around just before the financial crisis in 2008. So 2007, maybe 2006 or 5. I don't want to admit this, but uh, I was in the army, right? And I started going to Burning Man a long time ago, and I was in the I was in like the I got my second bid in the army was in the reserves, and I couldn't do drugs. Like most of my adulthood, I couldn't do drugs. I have an anecdotal story about that. I went to a rave once when I was in the army, and I like bumped a cop car outside of the rave, and those guys fucking came after me, and they were like, "What do you mean you're not high?" And I'm like, "I'm in the army, dude." They pulled out my card. They breath tested me, and I was sober, but they didn't believe me. I took it very seriously when I was in the army. Like you can't do drugs. It's not what you're doing. So, anyways, I'm in the army. I get out of the army, then I go back in the reserves, and I had some like PTSD and stuff. And I was going to like Burning Man. I was a big raver kid all through my time in the army. Um, Straight edge, they would call me. Any guys are in that wherever in that scene? I was a straight edge raver. So uh, I'm like about to get out of the army at that time period. I was supposed to get out in October of 2008. I got stop lost. I got stop lost for 650 days, or no, 565 days. I gotta bring up the Rolodex. I got stop lost in the worst part of Iraq. Um, it was really fucked up. Anyways, at that time period, I was trading crypto. I was trading Bitcoin. I want to say like 2007 or something. I was trading Bitcoin, and I go to like the Burning Man where they had Occupy Wall Street. They had a bunch of like wooden buildings and shit. They burnt the whole fucking thing down. It was in the middle of the desert, and because I didn't do drugs, I needed to find a way to do drugs. And at that time, drugs in the U.S. were just beginning to get stepped on. I guess they call it. We couldn't trust drugs anymore. Um, Pre like I would want to say in the 1990s it was pretty good from what I know. But at that time you couldn't trust drugs anymore. So uh, at that time there was something called the Silk Road, and you needed crypto to buy drugs. So like right around that, like that 2008, 2000, or so anyways, I was trading crypto to fucking fund buying like Molly or mushrooms from the internet, have it tested, and then I would take it to a Burning Man, and I would have that like little window where I could partake in Molly or mushrooms or whatever. And that stuff kind of helped me get through life. Like I'll be honest with you, that really did. I know they're testing it now, but at that time, it really helped me cope with um, killing and burying being a soldier and becoming a civilian. And for me, I needed that. I didn't want to like sit on a VFW or an American Legion bar stool. I didn't want to like wear that I was a soldier, become my identity. I really wanted to kill that identity, to be honest with you. And I wanted to start a new life as a civilian. And for me to do that, that's one of the steps that I took. I took Molly and mushrooms. So that's how I got started in trading, was trading crypto. So I was trading Bitcoin it's a long, long, long time ago. Um, so Eugene is asking about banks. They're taking everybody's profit and stuff. I remember from that time period that um, traders, like retail traders at that time, I used to be on like the Yahoo message boards and stuff. And that time period of 2007, 2008, that generation of traders said that they would never trust the street ever again. In particular, banks. And banks were some of like the highest flyers into 2007, 2008. And for many years thereafter, banks stayed very low in price. For many, many, many years, banks never made, $100, $200, $300, that kind of stuff. And I thought that was going to hold forever. I thought banks would be like that forever. And something changed. Eugene, if you're out there, something changed. And I remember I never traded banks. Like as I became like trading crypto, then I started trading stocks, then I started trading like first. I want to say where I really started trading heavy was whenever the first marijuana bubble came into play. I think it started with Canada, so maybe that was 2015. 2015, I guess, is when I really started getting involved in like trading. Mostly stocks, very minimal option trading. So I went like crypto, then stock trading, and I never got involved in like shorting my own, like lending my own shares to be shorted. I didn't know how to sell options. I didn't know anything like that. Um, I was in the middle of, at that time period, I was in the middle of flipping houses. I'd owned a bunch of stuff, and then I moved to Detroit, started flipping houses here, and that was my main focus. Anyways, I was still aware at that time that banks were never to be trusted. So I never saw banks really rip. That's since changed. Um, and I did look into why. And there's good reason why banks are where they are right now. And it's completely different than the mantra from that 2007, 2008 period. One of the greatest or things you need to understand in this country, some of you understand, some of you don't. If you work in finance or in banking or in any kind of finance adjacent kind of an industry, which a lot of people in the US don't believe or know, is that finance is one of the biggest industries in the United States of America. When we transitioned from a manufacturing society to a service-based society, this transition took place in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The mantra then, or the zeitgeist then, was, oh, we're all fucked because we're losing our manufacturing base and we're going to a service-based economy. And most people's idea of a service-based economy is like, oh, that's Domino's, that's Walmart, that's Amazon, that's that kind of stuff, right? We don't produce anything anymore. But in fact, one of our largest industries in this country is finance. It pays really well, and we've become one of the financial capitals of the world. I don't know how many of you out there have ever been able to go to New York City or go to Chicago, um, and actually see the number of people, like bodies, that work in finance. It's mind blowing. Um, recently, I was at a big finance event in Chicago. I forget, it's a Millennial Park. I don't know if that's the name of it. But I was in Millennial Park at a finance event, and every fucking bank was there. There had to have been maybe 100,000 people there that work in finance, and just seeing, like, being able to actually visualize how many people work in finance. It's shocking when people think we're a service-based economy, they don't realize how much of it is in finance. And when you look at the um, corporate profits, listen to this closely here. When you look at corporate profits by industry and sector in the United States of America, um, most companies in the U.S., most sectors, most of these corporations, most of these industries gave back their profit from COVID. And when you see companies like UNH or even ServiceNow, most of these companies, one way or another in the United States, have given back the entire trade at this point. Not all of them, but most have given back at some point the entire COVID trade for good reason, because their profits have gone down. They cannot ask what they were asking then. Their prices have come down, believe it or not. And I don't want to believe that, but they have. They might have also absorbed more costs to themselves from the producer side. But most industries in the United States post-COVID have given back that trade. The only industry, only sector in this country that has not given back that fucking trade is the banks. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? And it's because the only industry in the United States of America that have not either lowered their prices for fees or their services, they've only increased, is finance. If you look at the data for all sectors in the U.S., the banks have been the fattest, most successful sector in our economy. That's period. End of story. And so they are duly deserved. They're duly deserved what their price is right now. They deserve the price that they have at this moment. You see what I'm saying? It's literally if you ever have a chance, I would email Wolf Richter and ask him, can you show me the financial corporate profits? You could probably look some on your own too. You can go to the Fred and just look up corporate profits by sector, and you'll get like a list of sectors, and you can just check finance and banking, and they haven't looked back. They're the only fucking industry in this industry in this country that has not looked back since COVID. They have like continually earned higher and higher and higher and higher fees and profits. So is it deserved? Yes, it is. No, they're not taking your lunch or our lunch or anyone else's lunch. No one's refused to pay it. And another thing too is they had a dip. They had a dip in 2022, but it was just a dip, and it was because no one was spending any money, putting any money into financial products. But it hasn't stopped since then. It's like literally they never fucking incurred any kind of reason to cut them. So they've been a high flyer. I would assume that you would see banks fall if we go into a hiking cycle. But I don't think that there's like I think it'll be momentary until that tightening cycle goes away. I would think that they would not lose as much value either. There's so much different now. I was talking to Joe about this the other day on a phone call. We were discussing the housing industry and how like condos are at what, the 2006 pricing in the U.S. Like if you're young and you want to get your first house, condos are where it's at. You can get really cheap condos right now. But we were discussing financial conditions in 2008 versus today, and they're drastically different. In 2008, or pre-2008, 2007, the rules were too loose for the consumer. And but what the good thing about that was that with the conditions being too loose, the good thing was it gave more opportunity to wash out the consumer, to make mistakes. So basically giving someone too much rope. It's kind of like can relate it to like a teenager. I have a teenager, right? And I say to my teenager, do not use cocaine, but I'm gonna leave a pile of it over here for you, right on the kitchen counter, and I'm gonna tell you, do not do cocaine as a teenager; it'll ruin your life. But I'm gonna leave a pile of it right here because I got 10 teenagers, and I want to disown. I can't afford them all, so I want to disown like half of them. So I'm gonna tell every teenager in the house, there's a pile of cocaine here. Don't do cocaine, and hopefully, I'm hoping that 5 of my teenagers are going to taste it and start to use it, and they're gonna fuck up their lives, and I have to give them my I don't know, my my fortunes, right? That's how it used to be. Uh, Post 2008, we changed the rules for the consumer, and we tightened the rules for the consumer so much that it's hard now to wash out a consumer in this country. What that has done is provided um, it's provided a group of people at the top of the K-shaped economy to amass wealth the right way. How I described this to people was that when I started flipping houses, I started meeting people that they owned like 100, 200, 300 properties, and they were all getting out. And they were getting out because had steady profits for decades, and the rules in the U.S. were beginning to change. Where if you bought a house, you can't do lead abatement anymore. You have to do lead removal. And we also want you to do better windows. We want you to do more efficient this and more efficient that. So the investment from these flippers that were buy and holders, they were like, it's not worth it anymore. I'm not going to see the ROI for another 20 years. I'm going to just pass this on to some young guy. Now, those people told me that how they got their start was in the 2000s, and that credit was free and easy. Like you could just take HELOCs, you could take second, third mortgages. No one give a fuck. Now, you hear the stories about like the signature loans and the variable rate mortgages from that time period, but there were a lot of people that did the right thing in that time period too. There were a lot of people in that time period that leveraged and abused that system, and they did very well. And they survived 2007, 2008. They were fine and all that. But what they did tell me too was that that the flipping is not like it was in that time period where it was easy money. So what flippers did in 2000, I started flipping I think in 2015, but like in 2010 and 2015, what happened was with all those rule changes, you also got private money. I forget what it's called anymore. I forget. I don't flip anymore, but there's a word for those kind of investors. But basically, what they do is they're called hard money lenders. That's what they're called. So what happened was you had an advent of hard money lenders that came out, and they were worse than a bank giving you a second mortgage. These guys are like, you have to have some money. I'm going to give you 2/3 of it, and I'm going to have some rules here. You got to pay me points, and the points are going to be high, and I want you to do a second and third flip with me, and I'll give you lower points. You have to prove to me that you can flip a house. You can put it on market. You got to prove to me where it's at. What are you doing? And then these guys check up on you. They force you to go to market with your house in 3 months. They start paying points if you don't, and then in 6 months, it's even worse. So the rules for a flipper were tightened from the Fed, not the Fed, from the Senate, and then they were tightened in the private space as well. And you would think that that's a good thing, but in fact, it wasn't. What then took place in like 2010, 2015 was you trained people to know how to flip a house, to make profit. It was all private money. Before you know it, like the hard money guys making money, the flippers making money. And then all my friends are like, and I didn't do this. They did, but they were like, hey man, I'm not doing buying flips anymore. I'm doing buy and holds. So they started buying and holding. Before you know it, they're amassing properties very cheaply. You can see this in rents. Like if you, average rent in the U.S. is like what, like say a 3-bedroom, 2 baths, probably $1,500 to $3,000 most. Maybe a high price market, $3,000. I know you can get a house in LA right now for like $3,500. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, nice house. You can get a shithole for like $2,500, $2,000. How? You can't get a mortgage today with the rates and charge somebody that money. Now, how that happens is these guys were buying these houses decades ago or a decade ago for dirt cheap. And even if they're leveraging them with loans and stuff against these properties, it's still like you're leveraging it to leveraging it for a loan to take a loan for like $1,000, $1,500, or to pay back $1,000, $1,500, and you're charging $2,000, $3,000. That's with the taxes and the insurance all included. And you're still making bank and you're getting a renter in consistently stable. But the problem is that you're still creating like a more resilient investor. And my point here is you're creating more resilient consumers, more resilient everybody everywhere. So you've got like even today, like even with housing prices being down, they're more resilient. The owner is more resilient than they were in 2007, 8. So when you hear people like Joe and I were talking about it, I was like, when they're looking for the gotcha moment, like, some people out there have this like intoxicating, I can't wait for home buyers to get fucking rolled, right? Can't wait for the bubble to crash. And we're going to wash out all these fucking speculator realtor people in real estate. That's not going to happen. There is no gotcha moment. All created by the rules made in 2008. Now, saying all that, let's watch this here, see if we can take this long or not. Getting closer. This is a good sign here, right? Nice little bump up. We want to turn that bad boy green. Just want to see if we can buy a back test on this 1230 here. So what does all this mean, though? I was fascinated when Trump introduced or wanted to introduce, what did he want to introduce? Like a 50-year note or something? Something fucked up, right? It was like a 50-year note or something like that. So there's a bunch of stuff that changed too. Like people are more comfortable owning a car at a higher price for a longer note. That's different from when I was a kid. It was like if you had a 3 or 4 or 5-year note, that was a long time. And then the prices that you'd be willing to pay for a vehicle versus how much it's actually worth have increased dramatically. But I think the point I'm trying to make here is that when Trump introduced like I think it was a 50-year note, correct me if I'm wrong. I think conceptually the reason why they wanted to introduce that was to give you some cocaine on the fucking countertop like a teenager. They're trying to find a way to loosen them just enough, but not as loose as they were pre-2007, 2008, but maybe a little bit more so that you can wash more people out making bad decisions. I think that's the intent by that, by saying, hey, we'll do this for you out there, is that you give people a little bit more rope so that they can be flushed. Because it's kind of required in capitalism in theory. It's kind of required that we wash out so many people. And if we stop washing those people out, our capitalism has changed. And it might be for the better. It might actually be for the better, but then you have concerns with who's taking advantage of that. Is it like corporations taking advantage of that more and leveraging that over a retail person or a consumer? Maybe like I own 100 buildings now. I own 300 buildings now. So there's always like that double-edged sword with that stuff too. And I think a lot of the reason we have the K-shaped economy today is due to this. You've made a more resilient consumer. So how do you start to wash those people out? In our society, you have to at some point, so that we have more normal cyclical, American dream, or the ability to try for the American dream even if you fail. We don't have that right now. So what you see today is, what you end up seeing today is, if we can buy this right here. Hold on a second here. I want to see some kind of back test. Where's 15-minute mark right here? Some kind of back test in here to try to trade this. Let me just count these really quick, make sure I get this right. So we already hit this one right here. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3 right there. See if we can kick this one up here. We want to make sure this holds. This one right there. Just be patient. Don't do anything. Remember, you're just watching the 12 o'clock flows. You're not doing shit. You want to see at 12:30 what happens here. If this can be bought or not. Don't do anything. So 5-minute trigger. We could be attracted to this 5-minute trigger cross. They could bury this whole entire thing in here. So don't do anything right now. I don't know exactly how we do that. I feel like the 2008 thing with the Senate rules thing that's made a more resilient consumer. I think that's fine, but it doesn't include all the other shit. Like if you go to like Europe, they have some of those same protections, but then they have other things they do that we don't do in the U.S. That kind of limit that K-shaped economy too. The U.S. can't seem to. We're leaving a little bit of the stock market shit right now, but it's still kind of stock market related. Like you go to like Canada or something, you go to like Netherlands, Amsterdam, you go into those Northern European countries. People don't make as much money. Most of their check goes towards like socialism type programs like healthcare and things like that. So that would be another way to kind of wash or retard the ability of these K-shaped people to amass wealth. Could be higher taxes for the very wealthy. But in the U.S., we have this like bastardized version of this. So it doesn't quite work. So if you're not going to become that society, if we're not going to become the society, we're going to get you free health care and free this and free that and free whatever. Not really free, but you're paying taxes for it. If you are not going to do that, we need to find a way then to wash these people out, right? Now, in terms of the banks, and their resilience right now, the only way you're going to get rid of their resilience is, I would say, economic conditions, tightening cycles. It's the only way that stock is going down, and I don't think it's going to zero. I don't think there's a way to send them to zero, like in 2007. So if you're looking for that like big crash in finance stocks, they're going to go to zero or some shit like that because of all the fucked up shit going on in housing. That's all a myth. Like they shouldn't go down that much. They're not the same banks that they once were. And I don't think that there's matter of fact, if you guys know, like the housing market has like been burning for like 2 years, depending upon the region you're in. Some regions are still kind of up, but the housing market's been in free fall now for like 2 years. It hasn't mattered. Normally with housing market, it does eventually matter. There's like a moment where it matters, but I don't even know here if it's ever going to be the gotcha moment for people. Because I'll hear like doomers and bears. They'll say things like, "I can't wait till all those fuckers that bought houses get run the fuck out or whatever." They're not getting run out. Like they come in with cash and buy with cash. If you don't believe this, I don't know if you can do it right now. Like a year ago, I'd go to like open houses and stuff. It's like fucking old people. It's immigrants, and they have cash, like cash buyers. They'll, like show up to an open house and just be like, "Who are the bidders? Who's got money here?" Like, just like say your number to this guy over here, and I'll give them I'll beat that guy's number. And they just come in with cash and buy them. They're not coming in with a fucking second, third mortgage. They're not coming with signature loans, variable rate fucking mortgages, approvals, none of that bullshit. They're not the stripper like from the movie that doesn't have a real fucking job and has 18 fucking properties or whatever. We just are not in that environment right now. People are like rolling their wealth and rolling their wealth and rolling their wealth and rolling their wealth, and it's very hard to wash those people out, no matter where the market is. Um, how do you wash out a fucking homeowner that's renting out a fucking house for $1,500 a month? You can't. You can't. The guy bought that fucking house. That gal that she bought that fucking house, paid for it with cash. Whatever leverage she's taking against it is minimal, because you can tell that they're only charging X amount of dollars for rent. Means they fucking don't need the money. So I don't know if you can. I don't know how to solve that problem. I can see the idea behind giving the 50-year notes. I don't know how you either wash them out, or you have to put in um, other kinds of limits to the amassing of wealth. And I think that's how Europe kind of does it. Canada is very similar. Um, it's like I used to spend a lot of time. I used to date a girl in Canada. My first sweetheart, first girl at my high school sweetheart. She was from Montreal, and I got to know her family and stuff. And they were well off in life. They were all professionals. They were either in science or maths or finance and stuff like that. And they were okay. Like they had a nice house. But then I had one of her uncles show me his full pay stub, and I was shocked how much he paid in taxes. I was like, "What? Like, how do you get by?" And I was like, "How do you even get by?" And he's like, "Well, all this other stuff's taken care of, and this is like my small amount of money that I get every week." But housing was reasonable at that time period. I don't think housing's reasonable in Canada right now, but at that time period it was. Um, but they didn't have enough wealth in their paycheck to save enough or invested enough to like do the expansion thing. Like, I own fucking 4 houses. I got a house in fucking Vail. I got a fucking house at the beach in California. I got a lake house up in fucking Wisconsin. I got this and that, and I got fucking all these cars and all this fucking motorcycles and fucking quads and all this stupid shit. It's like there are ways to retard um, wealth accumulation. We don't have them in the U.S. right now. You either have to do that one of those two ways. You're either going to loosen the rules to wash them out, or you're going to provide some other service through taxation that limits that. Oh, we're in negative rates right now. Have I ever heard of negative rates, bro? We are in negative rates right fucking now. Did you know that? We are in real. Listen to this closely. We are in real negative rates. We're actually in gasoline being poured on the short end. On the short end, we're in real negative rates right now. If nobody's told you that, I'll just tell you. We're in real negative rates right now. Real inflation is 4.2%. And where the fuck is the 3 and 6 month bill? Under, right? 2-year bill, under. You know what that means, right? So we're in real negative rate. We're in real negative rates right now on the short end. That means it's better for you today, not on this FOMC, but today, to literally take a short-term loan, right, and then dump it in the stock market right now. We are in a raging fire of inflation because we're in real negative rates right now on the short end today. I've ever heard the idea of real negative interest rates. Yep, so I answered that question. Next one is where wealth gets burned slowly if it's hoarded. Yes, but I don't know what you mean by that second part of your question. So there is so much inflation right now. Like, inflation should be set on fire right now, because you can take short-term loans, right? And real wealth right now does get destroyed in this environment if you don't put it to work. So you have to outrun inflation. That means you're all in here in the stock market or something similar to it. No, they're not penalized. It's not really. It's. I read some. This one guy described it really well to me one time. I called a guy out on Reddit about this like a year or two ago. I saw some fuckhead on Reddit lying. He was lying. He was like, "I'm wealthy. He's like, I've been in the bond. He's like, I guess he's like, I took my money out. I was scared. He's like, I took my money out. I was scared in COVID. He's like, and I've been in the bond market since then. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, if this fucking guy is actually wealthy, his money's on fire right now. This guy got torched in 2020, 2021. He got eaten alive, and now, and he might have been okay in 2022, but 23, 24, 25 has passed. He's getting eaten alive. His money's on fire. It's burning. Um, if you have actual wealth, um, I have some actual wealth. I don't have fuck you money, but I have some actual wealth. Um, you like the first thing you want to do, of course, is buy properties or land, or you could buy timberland. You need something that's constantly going up or chasing inflation or with inflation. Bond market can't provide that right now. You can't provide it in the bond market. Even the 60-40 split is bullshit right now. That's why we had a bond market blowout. Not blowout, but we had bond market got annihilated recently for that same reason. So so like even tips sucks right now. Like tips are terrible. So the idea behind this is if you have any kind of wealth, like money, like true money, not like I'm paying my bills, not like I'm paying my credit cards off, not like, oh, I've saved 20 grand or 50 grand at the end of the year. If you have any kind of real wealth, it has to chase inflation right now. One way or another, where it could be an emerging market, it could be Asia, it could be U.S. market. You have to be in there. And that's multifold why. Um, I'll try to keep this short and sweet, but when we're in a risk-on environment and you have wealth, you have to put the risk on, not because how do I explain this better? You have to put the risk on to outrun all of the bad things from a tightening cycle that you can. Because once you enter that tightening cycle, they're going to steal it from you. When I say they, I mean like, so if we're in an expansion or an economic expansion of some kind, there's only so many opportunities for you to make so much money. So let's say I have $100, and let's say in this economy, $100 makes me fucking rich. So I got $100. It's $100, and we're in. This is expansion right here. So let's say we're in economic expansion. Economic expansion. Then we go into economic tightening. Okay, well, that's too big, right? Economic tightening, and I have $100. So this is looking really good here, by the way, to go up. So I have $100, and I'm rich. So when I'm in economic expansion, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make as much gains as I possibly can, right? And then you're going to get some people that are saying, "Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm scared. I'm only going to do the bond market. I don't trust any of this." So you only make this much money. You're making okay money. Now in this time period, this is where the wealth effect takes place. These people that have the risk on, they're outrunning the wealth effect. Meaning I have to stay above inflation, I have to outrun inflation, and I need a large enough return so that once I get into a tightening cycle, I already know that I'll have less ability to make money. I already know that the long knives are going to come out for my money, and those long knives could come out in the form of like rats on a ship sinking. So you'll see corporations start jacking up prices. That's in the inflationary environment. They're jacking up prices, trying to get as much money from you as they extricate from you as possible. Right in this time period, and then so we're going up. So you get everybody chasing. Right, this guy said up. I'm not staying in there. I'm just going to stay flat over here. So he's already losing money, but he's betting on being fine over here, being in the bond market. But in fact, what happens is this guy goes here, and this guy's way up here, He's high flying, falutin up here, right here. And once you get into the economic tightening cycle, here's where the problem comes in. This guy is hyper aware that not only is there less opportunity to make money, he's higher up than the other guy, right, with his profits, and he knows some other things. He knows that once that economic tightening cycle starts, where this guy's like, oh, "I'm fine, bro. I didn't make as much as those guys, but I'll be fine in here." What this guy doesn't remember is that when we tighten, we're removing money from the system. Prices are too high for you to spend money on now, right? And you start to see like the long knives come out. You'll start to see like your local city government, your local county government. They know that we're going into economic tightening conditions. They were used to getting budgets from this kind of money here. So they start to increase what they want to pay. So you're making a bunch of money. Most people are making a bunch of money in here. And let's say the budget for my county is $1,000. We go into economic tightening, and now nobody's got any money to pay that. They'll start jacking it up. Like, all right, I need more money to make that $1,000 budget. Not enough people to pay it. So I'm going to raise, believe it or not, raise what you're paying in taxes. Then your state government does it. Then the federal government does it. Before you know it, when you're in economic tightening conditions too, you'll also notice other things. You'll get like promises undelivered from companies. You'll see companies failing. You'll maybe have a contract that blows up on you. Maybe the federal government raises interest rates. They start raising taxes on you. And so this guy over here, he's going to take a couple hits. So he's down there now. And he was trying to play it safe. This guy up here, he already knows that he's going to take a hit on being able to make money, and he's probably going to take some hits on taxes and things like that. You know, that kind of like the long knives kind of coming out. So this guy ends up being slightly ahead of this guy over here. And he makes his way past it, and he goes up to the next level up here. This guy's just barely getting out right here, maybe, right? Up, and he's just kind of stuck. And you can kind of see over a time period of, let's say this is 3 to 5 years, 7.5 years, average bull market. Average bear market's 1.5 to 3.5 years. This guy's like still down here. And meanwhile, the rate of inflation, even though it's going up and down, even if it goes into some stagflation, let's say in here, this guy over here, you've got the rate of inflation still going up. And this guy on net that was doing the, I'm just in bonds, bro. This guy over here is slowly over time just getting eaten alive. You see him, he's just getting eaten alive. This guy's putting the risk on, did it right. When it comes into tightening and he was going to get taken out, he's staying with inflation the entire way. Let's see if we can buy this thing. Give it one quick second here. We're at 12:30 now. Don't buy yet. I'll let you know. If I open a trade, I'll let you know. So do you understand that concept there about like wealth destruction and how that takes place? So there's like elephants in the room, and these elephants are all like, you know, stampede. And even this tightening with this new Fed meeting, whether it's now, September, October, November, this is why they shoot first and ask questions later. Like, if you create, like, Warsh needed to somehow express we're not going into a tightening cycle. That's not an easy thing to do. You can even see in the last FOMC that they were even unwilling to even address it. They're going to have to address it. And the trick literally is, do we create a stampede? Do we create a stampede of people in risk on going, fuck this, I'm out. I'm going to go fucking run away and protect my money. They're saying 2 cuts, but the thing that I should be more concerned about is that we're actually going to go into a tightening cycle, which would mean I need to run to the bond market, right? Or some other vehicle. It could be anything. It could even be, in these right now, it could even be housing, because you're buying housing on cheap, which is an appreciating asset, and it's relatively low risk. So the Fed doesn't want to create that either. That whole concept of we're in a tightening cycle. And what the Fed's trying to do is to keep people in that risk-on mentality. So you could see how weird it was at the last FOMC meeting that they didn't even like address it. They're really afraid of that stampede. Like how much do we price in of a tightening cycle? Is it just like two hikes? But we're not like telling people we're not in this tightening cycle. You can remove your money for like a month or two, but you got to go right back in again. Something like that. Oh, my volume is really low? Thanks for saying something. I'll turn it up. I think I heard that the other day. I think the other night I didn't know if my stream was on. I'll turn it up right now. Does that help at all? Is that better? Yeah, it's too low, right? All right, I'm turning it up right now. I did notice myself too, it was low. I just turned it up. Is that high enough now? Check 1, 2, 3. That's better. I meant to do that. I think I was listening to, I didn't know if I was on the other night. So I think I was listening to it and I was like, God damn, that's low as fuck. Better? Let me just check again. Hold on. I might have to, I have to do this later, I think. So I have a mixing board with like a compressor, an expander, noise suppression, a limiter, and a bunch of different wiggly things. A bunch of levels I got to change. So I'll have to do. What I'll do is at the end of this show, I have to do a sound test and then adjust all these other things. So I'll work on my volume after the show. This is as high as I can put it without having to make major changes. So what I'll do is I'll raise it another 10 or 20%. And I can always drop my levels on the master. I don't know if you guys understand audio stuff, but I will work on this after the show today. Thanks. I did notice it the other day. I was listening to my show and I was like, fuck, that's really low. It's much better? All right. Yeah, I know that some people are going to have better audio systems than other people, but the people that don't have good audio systems, I think I'm on the very low end for them right now. So I'll try to, I don't know how to explain this. So like what I can do is, so how I have my audio set up, this is my range. But what I can do is I can increase my range so that it's more like this. So right now I can only adjust this, but if I increase my range, I can always adjust it. I can always like max it out, but then on my end, hit the master control and just bring it back to like here. Right now I can't go past this because of the other limiters I have on my audio. It's very it's actually is very complex. Like I have DB audio cable. I don't know if you know what that means. Like I pipe all of my sounds and everything through like a mixing board. Then I send them to you and I fuck with them so that it sounds better. It's hard to explain, but so let me give you an example. Can you hear this? You shouldn't be able to, but hold on. You can barely pick that up, right? It's because I have like a bomb could go off over here, and you wouldn't hear it. Like my dynamic microphone just only picks up my voice basically. Then I've got a suppressor, so if I scream, here, let me show you something. This shouldn't be loud, so just tell me if it is or isn't. So I'm going to scream right now. So I also have something for the highs. So if I go, that's not that loud, is it? Maybe, hold on. But it's not really loud on your side. I'll do it again. I'll drop my main mic down. You can't hear that, right? I'm going to bring it back up again. Yeah, it's not loud at all. So like it stops the highs and stops the lows. And then I also have like blocking out surrounding sound. So you can't hear my keyboard typing. Type. You ever notice that you can't hear me typing? Like here. Like you can't hear that, right? If I didn't have the suppressor, you could hear all of that. You could hear like the typing, you could hear like a cup being put on the table, that kind of stuff. Compressed to the max. I do some compression. And then I do here I'll show you what else I do. This is another thing that I do here. I have a you want to hear my voice change? La 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 la. Take these down. Make me sound like what, a tenor maybe? Hello. Is that working right now? I don't know if it's working or not, but hear how glassy it sounds. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Here, let me just show you the really bassy. That shouldn't be that high, but somewhere like this. Maybe this will do it better. A little bit lower right there for my mids. Now I'm gonna now sound like an announcer from Talk Radio AM. This is Captain Jim James. This is Captain Jim James here with you today. I've got a deep alpha male voice. I sound like a bear. We're going to lower those, though, a little bit. We're going to drop these a little bit over here. People that are in this audience, I know that we have people in this audience that work in Hollywood. I've met them. But you ask those people, they'll tell you that, there's the 12. That's the highest one right there. Even like, sorry, I got to adjust all these really quick. I got to save the preset. Hold on here. That works. Still haven't bought anything yet. Haven't done anything. You see how this 1230 flows in here? So you get the high, they're trying to sell it. Come in at 1230, they're trying to sell it again. I ain't touching this. They want to go right back down into this downside move into the close here, try to pin us back down into this close. I'm not touching this right now, not doing a thing. We don't need to know about this. That's a representation of something else. We don't need to know about that. That's just something else we're talking about. Gonna hang out, watch this really quick. Don't do anything. Anyone that's in film, video, audio production, musicians, like even this camera right here, like I could set this camera up and how it's presented to you in like a million different ways, and I could look better, worse. And that's between like lighting, the camera, the speeds, the aperture, all of it. As a matter of fact, the room I'm in right now, is much brighter than what you see. Like this room is lit, and it looks like I'm in a dark room, right? And I'm not in a dark room. So you can manipulate all of that stuff depending on how you want to present, or how good I'm not a good presenter of this. I'm not an AV guy. I had to learn this, like School of Hard Knocks. Like lots of like research, like reading books and watching videos, trial and error. Oftentimes when you see a picture of somebody, if you're like, I take bad pictures, you probably don't take bad pictures. More than likely, it's the person taking the picture doesn't know how to take a picture. If you want to know, either that's you or somebody else. But you can make a picture look great. Even if you think you're not photogenic, you should hire a professional to take your picture. And you can make beautiful pictures. Remember, I've got us going down at the end of the day today. I'm just looking to see if we can run this thing up. Right now, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to run this thing up. Looks like we are going to get pinned back down in this close. Right down in here, if not deeper. Way down there. So we'll just wait and see if we can catch a roll here. So you've got the first drop here. Right? You want to see, you're looking for this. I'm going to show you exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for a blast through here, through the 5 minute. And then you're looking for a failure here. And then we can start taking this bad boy down. I would really like to see this even go deeper right now, but I can wait. Let's just watch this. Don't do anything. These are self-lows. If you don't know, these are definitely self-lows. We just want to take the right sell. So what else? Yeah, like cameras, pictures, video. Any of you guys ever met like a famous person? And like you see them in real life and you go, holy fuck. You're like, this guy doesn't look anything like this. What I expected him to look like. You know, the guy's like 6'5" or the guy's 4'1". And you're like, this guy's a leading actor, and he's like, he's like 5'1". You're like, he's never portrayed in film like this. So you can manipulate audio and visual drastically. First, as a matter of fact, like I don't even know how to explain this. Like when people meet me in person, they oftentimes say you don't look like you do on the show. My voice, I'm 6'1" too. 6'1". Yeah, I'm 6'1". I was like, am I 6.5? No, I'm 6'1". I'm a tall guy, big guy. Yeah, Tom Cruise. Trading After Dark. What's up, Boda? What's going on, brother? Tom Cruise is definitely a prime example. Who else would be like maybe Chalamet? Timothy Chalamet. That guy's not a leading actor. Like in real life, the guy's probably what, 130 pounds, 40 pounds, soaking wet maybe. You just blow. Actually, I have a good example of him. I think Robert Pattinson would have been a better lead for Dune than him. Robert Pattinson, I think, is like 6. How tall is Robert Pattinson? He's more imposing. Yeah, he's 6'1". So like when I look at like Chalamet, I'm like, I know that guy's not fucking. I know if I would have put those two standing up in real life together, there's no fucking way. He would laugh at he'd be like, we take that guy down in 5 minutes. He's not the savior. He ain't beating nobody up in real life. Watching like Chalamet go out there and like kick ass on a bunch of 6-foot studs. That ain't happening. Not in real life. Sorry if you like Shamalama Ding Dong. Apologize. Self-flow is still coming in right now. Nice little break underneath. Just looking the 1 minute triggers now. Get rid of this for now. White line is now crossing very violently to the downside. This is pretty bearish. Just waiting for some failure in here. We're going to turn this one into red. Here. This right across. They're trying to box us in for the day. And call that a top for right now. It might not be, but we'll call it the top. We just got to see the last little bit of this. Remember that we want to see the exhaustion. It is key that no buyers show up here. This is not good enough here. You need to have like the buyer attempt to buy this and then failure. If you see the failure, it's usually extremely bearish. And not only that, you end up getting, you guys understand like the legs of these things? So like whether you get a 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like whether it's like this and then like this and like that, doesn't matter. But even if you get the extra leg, this is the highest printer. 85 to 90% guaranteed print. So you are looking for the low and you're waiting for the exhaustion to take this trade right here. You don't care about that trade. This is a very low percentage win. This is a very low percentage win. It's this part of the trade. This is what you're looking for every time. So you're in for that ride and you're out. Like a kick-ass trader could do this, but for most of you, for like 90% of you, you don't take this part of the trade. For 90% of you, you tried it 3 or 4 times and you lost. And you lost and you lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 losing trades. You've now blown up your account. You're like, oh my God, if I just stayed in, that's all bullshit. You want not this trade, but the second leg. And that's the same for the up too. Your second leg on the way up is 85 to 90% prints. It's near guaranteed. You run that trade every single time that I just showed you. You run the middle trade every single time, you're going to be fucking rich. It's that simple. But, you know. So you're not getting short right here. You're just waiting for the rejection. When you get that rejection, it's fucking, you just got the fucking, you got the sell button, you got the fucking buy long puts, whatever, however you want to express that. Yeah, Shamalama Ding Dong. That's what I call him. Maybe he can, you know what, I'll give him this. I'll say this about Shamalama Ding Dong. I'll give him something. When I first saw Robert Pattinson, I was like, oh my God. I was like, fuck this guy. I think it was in the Vampire Diaries or something. But he totally broke away from that mold. And I got to give that guy respect. Like, I treated Patterson like I treat Shamalama Ding Dong. But then, like, I watched like 2 or 3 of his films, and I was like, oh, this guy's outstanding. He's a great fucking actor. But he really had to break that mold. To me, Timothée Chalamet is not. I mean, I know they're pushing him into that role, but I don't pay the ticket price for him. So, so he could probably save himself. But, like, I got no love for like Timothée Chalamet. I've got no love for Zendaya. I think she's like wooden. I think she acts like wood. And I watched Odyssey. I watched the Odyssey, and they had Zendaya next to Good Will Hunting, and I'm like, she ain't got shit on Good Will Hunting. Like, they're like trying to like pass the baton from him to her. There was like a moment in that movie where they're like, Zendaya's like, she's not even acting, she's just standing next to him, and I'm like, oh God, they're trying to compare Good Will Hunting to fucking Zendaya, and I'm like, she has not had a Good Will Hunting movie of that caliber. Well, Dune, I couldn't get past the fucking, like, the original Dune. The original Dune had made a lot of problems, but I like the craziness of it. I like that they took risks with it. I actually like the first Dune. The problem I have with Dune personally, like my real problem with Dune, this version of Dune, it's too easy. It's too clean. I didn't like that there was no. I couldn't get over. Like, I kept breaking the fourth fucking wall for me because there was no dirt anywhere. Like, they had the dirt, but there's like no. Everything was too clean. So like, there's no like trash. There was no like. It was too perfect. Maybe better way to describe it. It was too perfect. And then the uniforms that they had on, all the clothing choices that they made. It was like, my God, that outfit looks like it costs like fucking 10 grand or 20 grand. Like, these are supposed to be poor people, you know? Like, the roughness wasn't there. I don't know. It's realism, maybe. I can't get past, I have a hard time getting past that. Like, it was very unnatural. It didn't feel right. That bothered me about Dune. And then the rest of Dune, the other problem I had with Dune was it was a little too clean in the the script. It was a little too easy. It was wooden, maybe the best way to describe it. No risk, no. Oh, you know what? What's a good movie I just watched? You want to see a good fucking movie? I just saw a good fucking movie. I've been sick. I watched one of the best films I've seen in a minute. I watched Old Henry. I was shocked at how good it was. It hit every fucking trope. Like, I don't mind tropes. I think tropes are fine if they're done well and executed well. The writing wasn't anything spectacular, but it was they told a story that was fun to listen to and watch. Has anybody out there seen Uncanny Valley? Maybe too much CGI might work too. Maybe just a little bit too much CGI. Not enough risk in like. I think for Dune being as bloody of a book that it was, that and I'm not gonna. I don't know. I know a lot about Dune. I'm not gonna say Paul Atreides. I'm not gonna say that. Like, you know that he's not the protagonist, right? Um, I don't know if you know that or not, but I think it more gritty. Hail Mary. I had a hard time watching that movie. I tried to watch it 3 or 4 times. I couldn't get past the first act. I finally did just watch it. I finally suffered through it, and it was good. I don't think it's as good as Interstellar. My wife says the book is better. I've read some of his books, but not this one. I want to read the book. I thought Hail Mary was fine. It was okay. And I know. What did I say? Inception? Is it Inception? No, not Inception. What's the one where they go to fucking Matt McConaughey movie? I don't know what it's called. Interstellar. Interstellar, I think, is a better movie than Hail Mary, even though it has its problems. It was a little bit more gritty, a little bit more on the line maybe than Hail Mary. I didn't like that he didn't have a family. He had nothing to lose, basically. Um, Nothing tangible that you could put a finger on. Yeah, Interstellar. It's his mom. Oh, you saw it, Chrono Darkness? You saw Billy the Kid? You saw? Yeah. That movie was fucking dope, dude. Old Henry was a kick-ass movie. I enjoyed it. It was popcorny. First act was like, I was expecting a B-class movie. First act, I was like, holy shit, this isn't a B-class movie. This is a real legit film. By the second act, I was like, all right, I'm invested. By the third act, they started dropping a bunch of cool shit, and I was like, fuck it, I'm in. And I thought it was great. It actually had a lot of Tarantino. Like, people try to make Tarantino films and they suck at it. They're like, oh, it's very Tarantino-esque. And I'm like, no, that movie sucks. That looks like a Tarantino ripoff. This movie, I don't know if Tarantino commented on that movie, but I thought Old Henry was perfectly serviceable. Did a great job. And I'm still on board with, like, I feel like they should be writing roles for women where they're either ungendered or they're written for a man. I can't stand that they they can't control themselves from fucking writing roles for women from like the women's perspective. Um, I can't stand that. Like, it's the Sigourney Weaver thing. Like, I'd rather them just know what they're like work around, like, hey, I know I can't beat that 6 foot guy up, so I'm gonna take a fucking 2x4 and hit him in the face. I love that more than I'm gonna punch that 6 foot guy out, like knock him out. Like, no, don't do that. Let her pick up a fucking 2x4 and rack that fucking guy right in the face. Like, that's the Sigourney Weaver shit, you know? Like, Sigourney Weaver's a fucking badass. And I think when they allow like a woman to be a badass, I think it's killer. Um, it lends itself to really great acting. But you know, we're in the time of politics and stuff right now, so I get it. I understand why it's not like that. Maybe it's lazy. Maybe it's also that the writers' room is smaller than it's ever been. They don't want to pay for writers and stuff. But I find that infuriating. I find it infuriating for women too. That pisses me off. Like, if I was a woman, I'd be pissed about it. I'd be like, hey man, I want to fucking play the script that was written for fucking some badass or whatever. The Iron Man script, I want that same script. No, we're gonna alter it just for you because you're a woman. I'm like, no, don't do that. Life, Larry, and the Pursuit of Unhappiness. Never seen it. Life, Larry, Pursuit of Unhappiness. Yeah, I'll watch that. Definitely. All right, right on, Tab Bay. Okay, I'll definitely watch it. I don't know. It's not like you know what else I just watched recently? I watched It's the one with fucking. She did a great job. Hold on. Fucking movie I watched recently. Jamie Lee Curtis was in it. It was a fucking crazy, crazy movie. But what was the movie she was just recently in that I thought she was killer? She was killer in it. All the female actors were great in this. They wrote the fucking roles, everything, everywhere, all at once. I thought it was outstanding. I thought it was fucking great. Um, they treated the viewer as being intelligent. They treated the actors, female actors, with respect. Um, uh, all of that was a killer movie. I thought it was great. I even liked this movie got panned. This movie got panned, but I really liked it. So this might be just opinion. But it was the other one was it was messy, but it was still a great flick to watch. I had fun watching it, which was what was it? Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I thought that was a great film too, but it got panned, so I could be wrong. I think that might just be my bias or something, but it got a little crazy. But I was on board though by that point, and that was Sam Rockwell. He was in that film. This is now right up here, and he did Moon. That was another good movie. If you've never seen Moon, Sam Rockwell did that movie. Yeah, I thought Good Luck was fun. I had a fucking blast watching it. I was like, this is fucking pure batshit insanity. I like pure batshit insanity. Like I'm trying to escape. Like if I go see a fucking film, I want to fucking escape. I want to go in the film. I want it to be crazy, and I want it to be something that's not real world. If I want real world, I can go into my regular life. I want to be absorbed in it. I want it to be fucking batshit crazy, and I want to be like, whoa, oh my god, this and that. Yeah, just good times. Exactly. Yeah, not predictable. And then you're just like, oh my god, what the fuck is happening now? Like, I like that about films. I wish Dune did that. Some of that. The original Dune had some crazy shit in it, right? Like they were all bad guys, where they weren't that bad, you know. And it was like, and then they got like, here's the last part. The thing that frustrates me with films right now is the actor class in the U.S. is like mostly musician class too. Musicians can attest to this. Like if you're ugly as fuck, you got like broken teeth and shit, and you're not likely going to get like if you look at the musicians from like pre 90s, maybe maybe like 2015, you could get some real like I think it's up here. It's higher. I could be wrong. Right down there. The if you look at look at Dustin Hoffman, maybe that fucking guy would never get a goddamn role today. Never. Robin Williams, no fucking way. Think about that. Like everybody likes Robin Williams, right? That guy would never get a fucking job. That guy back then had like he let all his hair grow out in his arms. He's got like big hairy chest. He's got like he was Robin Williams. If you look at his old shit, that guy was never a good looking guy. What's cool about Robin Williams was he looked like you and I. Look like a normal. He'd look like your dad or your brother, your friend or whatever. You know who does a good job at that is Europe, Australia, Korea. Like Korea does it, or Asia does a good job with scripts. They do a great job with physical acting. They tell great stories. If you look at like Europe, and you see like the characters or the actors, male, female, doesn't matter, like just an actor. Um, if you look at those people, they look like you could know them in real life. And that's another part of Dune I didn't like. I didn't like the Jason Momoa shit. I understand like they're like, well, we got to do this because the original Dune had like David Bowie in it. But David Bowie was a fucking crazy fuck, right? David Bowie looked crazy. David Bowie looked the part. The guy weighed like 80 fucking pounds and he looked like a crackhead and he had the crazy hair and his music was very cutting edge at that time. Like, we don't take that risk anymore. Like, I don't think we do. Sometimes we do, but it's rare. It's a good example of that is Old Henry. If you have seen Old Henry, go and look up the lead actor. He's not a fucking handsome guy, is he? He's got like fucked up teeth, fucked up face. Everybody has someone in their family that probably looks like that guy. Like, that's your Uncle Bob. We don't talk to him much. He only comes over for the holidays. Like, that guy looks like someone you could know. I could know, like a regular person. Like, all of our actors today in the U.S. are like perfect teeth, perfect skin, perfect hair, perfect fucking everything. Then you find out like their parents were like, oh, my dad's an actor, mom is this, mom's a doctor, and he grew up in Brentwood, and he went to this acting school, and they just don't have that real life, like, like, I've come from the shit, I come from no money, I come from experience. I don't know, like, how many people have served in the military that are lead actors anymore, or in war? If you look at all the actors in the 50s and 60s, they all came out of the war. They had like real life experiences. They're kind of roughish looking, and some like realism part of that kind of fucks me too today when I watch films. And they can't make an excuse for it, because if you watch like films coming out of Europe or films coming out of Australia, they have plenty. These are small places. Like, England's a small fucking place. They have no fucking problem finding like a regular looking person, woman, male. Like, the women look like a normal woman. Not a perfect fucking body with perfect ass and perfect legs and perfect fucking everything. Fake. Yeah, fucking fake, dude. The acting comes third, right? I really want to see him take this one out, the halfway right here. They ain't gonna do it. You might want to start buying or getting the sell here. We're getting close. I'm not in puts yet, but I'm gonna. I want to see. I don't think that's it right there. Maybe. I wish they took this halfway out, but they haven't done it yet. Steve Buscemi, the prime fucking example. Steve fucking Buscemi, fucking agreed. 100 fucking %. Who said that? The Bull King, dude. 100 fucking %. 100. Adam Sandler. You could just name them, right? People that you like. I could know that guy in real life. Oh, I know he's a fighting hero. I know he was in the Firefighter, but if he looks like a regular guy, though, doesn't he? He doesn't fucking look like some fucking like some Brentwood fucking bro, does he? Buscemi, is it Buscemi or Buscemi? I've always called him Buscemi. I've heard Buscemi too. I've heard his name pronounced that way. Yeah, 100%. He was in 9/11. He was a fucking firefighter. He's a real fucking guy. Buscemi. If you're in the wrong part of New York, if you're in Long Island, it's Buscemi. It's like the gabagool. Oh, there we go. Almost. There it goes. Plunge, baby. No, you need more than that. That's not good enough. Get underneath it. You got to get underneath the goddamn gray line right there. There. You need to go there. More down. Mr. Pink, yeah. I just think you can kind of tell. I just think, I don't know. What really makes me wonder is like, how many great artists are we missing right now? Like, because they're ugly, or they have fucked up teeth, or maybe they play secondhand roles instead of getting A-list roles. That kind of bothers me. I'm like, because I know those actors and actresses or whatever from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and not the 50s, but like the 70s onward. Film in the U.S. was kind of, you know what? I want to talk about that too if I can. The Odyssey, I watched it. It reminded me of the the old school 50s films, like the big Cleopatra movies and like Ben-Hur. There was an air to it of that. So I kind of gave it a pass. I did not. I thought the first act of Odyssey was terrible. I thought the writing was atrocious. I was shocked that they allowed people. They had miscast actors. Like they had Leguizamo in the movie. He sounded like he had a New York accent. A lot of actors in that movie sounded like they were all from New York, which kind of bugged me. But then I got past it though. I was like, okay, I'm gonna view this film like it's a summer play for the poors. I'm in upstate New York right now. I'm rich. I get to watch a summer theater. And so the Odyssey is kind of like for the poor people. Like actors are going to do a summer film for you, like a summer play but on film. So I was like, okay, I'm past this now. And then and then I was like, oh, this is like a big production like Ben-Hur or Cleopatra. So I let all that slide. And then I started to enjoy the Odyssey. I was like, I can enjoy this is fine. And then the movie actually got better as it moved on. Once it got past the first act, I was like, I'm invested. I like this. They did a fuck ton less talking. So I wasn't being broken with the fourth wall with listening to like the New York accent thing. And then this gets weirder. They changed Leguizamo. I don't know if they had Leguizamo come back in for recording his voice, maybe, but his voice changed in the third act, which I was fine with then. I was like, oh, Leguizamo's fine now. But the first act was fucking atrocious. I don't know who the fucking DP was. Now, the DP would have been fine. The mixing, I think, was probably the editing and mixing I had a problem with in the first act. And once I was able to accept those things, like, oh, it's probably a summer play being done for the poors like me, and it's probably like a big stage kind of a movie, like those old school historical movies we used to make. So that all of a sudden I was like, I'm enjoying this. So I enjoyed the second and third act of the Odyssey as long as I was able to view it in that context. That's a nice low right there. I like that. That's all I need to see. I don't care if it comes down another poke or two. But here's 740 right here. Oh, let's get it back there. Hit that 740. Got a quick bounce up here, right up there, and then we're going to try to take out this one over here next. So watch out for flows coming in, positive flows. We'll try to take this thing right in here. Try to get it down into this PP line over here. Yeah, I don't know that it needed to be. I don't think it needed to be in Greek, and I don't think it needed to be a Greek accent. I thought it should have been. I'm with you on that. You know what I thought? I thought I wished that they had been more uh, less accent, or maybe just a hint of a European accent. I think would have helped me in my head. I think hearing the New York accent, I was like, this is intentional. You know, these are John Leguizamo is a great fucking actor. I know that if they said to John Leguizamo, "I want you to sound like this," and he agreed to it, he could do it. So there was an intent in that. I think with the New York accent, there was another actor too that was the I forget what they call those guys, but they pushed the story, they moved the story along, like a specter. He wasn't a specter though. He was a usually like a witch or a god or a specter of some kind. And you're telling those stories. They're the narrator basically that's in the movie, not the not the you know not the and now this is going to happen. But there's usually like a person that's narrating at key intervals of a play or a story. And anyways, I think it was intentional that they gave him the New York accents, or they started with that. So I was trying to figure out why they were doing that. I was like, why do they want that New York accent? And so that was when I came up with the idea that they were trying to say this is like a New York summer play, like upstate. Like you leave the city for the summer, you go to this community, and there's a big Shakespearean thing, and you have like a famous actor there, and it's very low key, very like chill. Like, hey man, thanks for coming out for the summer. Hey woman, thanks for coming out for the summer. Um, Enjoy your time here, and we're just gonna run this play, and you don't just same accent, dude. This isn't like we're not doing professional stuff here. Um, just nice and easy. We're gonna enjoy our summer. That used to be a thing back in the day. I don't know that it is anymore, but uh, when I was young, Shakespearean summer theater, you go on vacation with the family, upstate wherever you live, and but I feel like they were trying to get that vibe going. That was like that big production from the 1950s and shit, and it was like harking back to that time of filmmaking. I enjoyed looking at it from that perspective. Totally made me enjoy that movie. Um, I was fine with it. I liked it. Really? The AI version of Odyssey? Okay. Yeah, 100%. The second and third act were fucking awesome. And fucking Nolan did a killer job representing like uh the Cyclops. I thought Medusa was going to be in it for some reason. I was like he did a great job with the witch. He did a great job with the big soldiers. He did a great the whole thing was fucking great. Um so they didn't hit this one up here. They did take that one right there. I was hoping for like more than just that right there. Maybe they'll try to hit it now. Maybe they can try to go up there and hit it now, potentially. This is fine. I'm good with that. That's all I needed to see. Um, Maybe they'll hit it now. And these are all gone too. This is now red. What else did I watch? I've been sick, so I watched. I don't watch a bunch of TV anymore. So I caught up on some stuff. I watched is it Game of Thrones? Uh, Whatever the new Game of Thrones is. I caught up with that. I caught up with the new season of the other one, House of whatever. It was okay. I haven't watched all the episodes. I think I watched one or two of them. Um, that we already took this one out, so that's fine. That's all you need to know. That's all good. Don't need to see that anymore. We didn't do this. Oh no, we didn't do this one up here. I wish it had gone higher. Let's see if this thing just holds in here. There's another sell signal here, so be ready to buy or to sell. Gamma Maps has us squeezing even higher. They've got us going all the way up. Let me just check Gamma Labs real quick. They got a big squeeze here, but I don't know that that's going to happen. Let's look at this here. So you can see that high right there. Watch out for a squeeze here. Do not be short just yet. They might try to rip this thing up higher. And that's right up here. That target is right here. I really want to see this go down some more. There's 130 down to 2. I think we said earlier 230 is where I really want to see it go down to 230, but I gave till 330, I think. Over there. This could take a minute to roll too. Be patient. We could fuck around in here for a minute. There's like a squeeze above that's to be afraid of. There's also this like, we could just like grind shit and then it's like down finally. I'm going to move this one over here. If this squeezes, we'll take it together. Don't sell this roll yet. Just be patient. See if we can tee off on this one right here. I'm still in now calls. I haven't sold them. I want now to rip faces off into the bell. Be careful of the, this would pop, if we're going to go up, this would pop up like this. Come back in and take this thing up like that. We're not there though yet. You're not buying that. You'd be buying the back test over here. So no longs here. No shorts just yet. Just be flat again. I'm doing slightly better with my mental health right now. I had to meet somebody in the same situation as me, and then I had to talk to my wife. And I hadn't talked to my wife about it. It's weird. I've never been in a situation like this in my life, so I have to be like very careful what I say or discuss with my family. I gotta make sure I have absolutely correct information, and I also have to make sure that I like age appropriate full disclosure to my family, um, so they don't have secondhand information from other people and stuff like that, and to give them what they need for the tools to manage. Oftentimes, like your family members will like I think that they get told to um, they get counseled on how to like I don't know like how to manage me, but in fact, like the thing that I think that they really truly need is they need the facts and they need the plan. And if they have that, it's better for them to cope. Buy traded. I got it this morning, and I appreciate it. And I couldn't respond to you because I was in a meeting with Bork this morning. I was busy this morning with the back. I did, brother. I love you. I couldn't respond at the moment. It popped up on my phone when I was on the phone with Bork, but I had to be in a meeting with Bork this morning. We have to make sure that I'm not in the back end of all this stuff, right? Yeah, I'll say this. On the back end of all this stuff, I have to make sure that I can continue to function in what I'm doing here, which I can. But I don't like my life is the most important thing, right? So there's a lot of like communication that needs to take place right now, and I need to be clear with everyone that has a stake in what we're doing here, and make sure that everything is going to be okay, which it is. So don't freak out or anything. Um, but there's a lot of like meetings and stuff going on right now. There's a lot of like communication going on and trying to get the correct information to everybody. It. When I spoke to this lady, she said the worst thing was the waiting. She's like the rest. She's like she's like it's more easy what I'm going through than the waiting. Like information is key. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate. I haven't been able to get on Twitter to thank everybody. People um, upvoted a lot of the posts that I made about this. I try to be transparent as I possibly can with you guys um, for a multitude of reasons. Trust that everything's going to be okay. Of course, still following and watching the show and that kind of stuff. but I do see the support, and I'm very grateful for it. You more than you know. I feel very alone right now. Tell you guys that. Like I feel very vulnerable. Um, and I feel very like protective. Not of my privacy. I feel very protective of my kids, my wife, like their lives. Um, and I think it's like I shouldn't. I don't think I'm overreacting it yet, but there's a, I could overreact and I don't want to. And we got this. We're gonna beat the fuck out of this together. You guys watch me beat this together. And like, there's another part of this too, where like I am a man. I know that some of you have never had a dad in your life. Not all of you, but I know some of you haven't. Um, so it's just the idea of like, how do you deal with this stuff as a man? Men don't. I was talking to Bork about this morning. I was like, men don't like butt stuff. They get like very like hyper sexualized or something. I don't know. But I was like, there's a part of this where like, if people can see what I go through, maybe they're a man, they've never seen this in their lives, they can have a takeaway to take care of themselves and that kind of stuff. Yeah, 100%, guys. I understand, man. My dad was a fucking bastard, man. My dad was a fucking monster to me. Um, Luckily, I had a little bit of YouTube University, but my dad was a real. He had a heart. My dad came from like extreme. My dad was like, he did the best that he could with what he had. He admitted to it too. He wasn't like in denial about it or anything. Right here, let's see if we can get this one right here. Just need to fucking sell this one right here. Just need a little bit more. Um, my dad was raised very poor, and then his dad died when he was in Vietnam, and nobody told him. So he had a lot of anger with that too. And I was his firstborn, and I don't want to say I was the mistake, but like when you're the firstborn, your parents like try all kinds of stupid shit on you. They're like, oh, here's the science experiment. And then by the time they get to like the second and third kid, they become much better parents usually. I even noticed it with my youngest. Like I'm an easier or better parent to my youngest daughter. Um, so it's not easy being a dad. It's not easy being a son in a society that doesn't want you to like look at your like um, check your mental health, check your physical health. I was talking to my fucking doctor the other day. He was telling me that like he'll get guys that'll go in for like a colonoscopy and they'll be told something bad, like this is bad, and the men will leave. They won't even deal with it. They'll just be like, I'm out of here. Bye. Thanks for telling me. I got this. And I was like, are you shitting me? Like, oh yeah. Like guys are like, dudes are like overwhelmingly. Watch this prior high right here too. Watch this one right here. This will tell us some information too. We gotta get above. If we're gonna go up, we have to get above this one right here. You have to get above 741.54. We gotta tick this. We gotta tick that white line right there, and then buy the back test. We'll try to run this thing up. So yeah, it's what it is. That's the deal we made, right? We made this deal 5 years ago. We're gonna be together forever until I die. I signed a deal with the devil. That's a nice target hit right there. I like it. That's all I want to see. We'll see if we can buy a back test on this. Just want to see him take these guys' stops up here. If we can buy this, we'll try to run this thing up. Remember, you're not buying this, you're buying the back test. Do not buy that. Just let it do its thing. You want to buy the back test, you want to buy the cross of the 1 in 5 minute trigger. Now you're triggering their stops right now, taking the young bros stops right now. They're all pissed off. They're raging pissed. So we're just looking to buy a back test in here. 1 in 5 minute trigger coming up. It's just overwhelming. It's just all it is overwhelming. I've never dealt with this before. It's the feeling of being not in control. If any of you out there, how about this? I'll put it a different way. If any of you would prefer to be the pilot on a plane or a passenger, if you'd prefer to be the pilot, you know what I'm talking about. I think that attracts the stock market attracts that kind of person too. Like, I want to get a license to fly and fly my own plane, even if you haven't. If that's what you want to do, if you're that type of personality, which I think a lot of the stock market is, and you're like, I could get my license and I could fly a plane, or I do have my license. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm not in control right now of my destiny. And I never like when it's like that. I always like to have a hand in my destiny. I'd rather be the one crashing the plane. Underlying anxiety? I think I do that in life. Like, I don't think I'm narcissistic about it. I think I actually do those things. Like, when I'm like, I want to do this, I actually go out and do it. Like, I do the training, I do the practice, I do the fucking thing. I'm now the master of my own future here. We don't need that one anymore. Just need that one right here. I'm going to probably take a long here in just a second. Not yet. Don't leave yet. Not yet. 743 still on. Oh, dude, 743. Fuck yeah. Traded that fucking thing already today like twice. On here. I missed all that conversation. I don't know what that conversation was. Like, I didn't catch it. Yeah, I'm just talking about sickness and mortality. Like, facing mortality is not easy. I've only faced more. Let's go through that. So let me see. Let me go through my life, like where real dangerous shit happened to me. Like the most dangerous shit in my life. When I was a kid, I fell out of a car going around a roundabout like 35 miles an hour, face first. Into the ground I went. I didn't have my seatbelt on. I was with my dad. Mom was so pissed. Fell out of a car, face planted. If you ever meet me in person, if you look very closely at my face, you can see the scar. It's like half my face has scarring on it. It comes out when I'm tanning. I'm out like get a tan one day. You can see it sometimes. That really wasn't. I didn't really face my own mortality at that. I felt fine. I didn't have any problems with it. The next time that really mattered, I was a young man, and I went swimming with my brother and my wife, and we got taken out by a rip current off of. I can't remember if I was in the Vineyard or if I was on Nantucket, and we were swimming, and a rip current pulled us out into the ocean. Couple miles off from the island, and there were like sharks and fish. You could see clearly right through to the ground. It's not too deep. It's like maybe like 30, 40 feet or something, 50 feet. I got pulled out in the ocean. Erin freaked the fuck out. My wife, she freaked the fuck out. My brother was fine. I was fine. But at that moment, I knew I could die. My reaction was fight. It wasn't fawn. It wasn't. There's like, what do they have, like fight or flight? Then there's two others. I was in the army. I saw it a lot in the army. Um, fawn and freeze. I have to remember this shit. It's been a long time. I used to always relate it in the army to there's those that pull fall back. There's those that hold, and there's those that move forward. The, the group that moves forward is very small, and it's never who you think it's going to be. Most people fall back or hold. Um, so I got pulled out to the ocean. I was fine. So we can take that fucking thing out here. Yep, just pop that fucking thing up. Pop it. And come back down and we'll take it. Get this one higher. I want to be above. So that was the first one. The first real one was getting dragged out in the ocean. Second one, I was with my wife and children on a river trip. I was going down the Green River, rafting through the confluence of the Colorado River, and they had like a storm of the century when I was on it, and I almost fucking died. Like I almost died there. Like it was really close. But I did fine in it. We all lived. It was easy for me. I thought it was easy, but I was in control, just like I was in control when I was swimming. And then I had a house fire. One daughter was at school. We had a private school in our community. We had a private community we lived in, and then there was a school for that private community. She was at school. The other one was home, and I was asleep. I worked late days. Like I would go to work between like 10 and 2 in the afternoon and work till 2 in the morning. And I slept in that morning, and I was driving a comie that worked for me to work every day. He called me that morning, and I needed to sleep in. I'd worked very late. I was doing an inventory or some shit. There's another little speed bump right here. You got to watch this one. And I'm long here, just so you know. This is a speed bump right here. Now, when I had a house fire, so this is sense of mortality, right? My first real, I felt the sense of mortality was not in the ocean, not on the river. It was that house fire. And I was dumb as fuck. I tried to fight the fire. Have you guys all heard that story before? I think I've told it a couple times, but not recently. It was in a house fire. I woke up to it. I could smell the goddamn house on fire. Yelled out for my wife. She didn't answer me. And she and my other daughter, I had a huge house. They were on the other side of the house, vacuuming or something like that. So I freak out, jump out of the bed, start screaming. My wife comes and I'm like, "You can't smell that?" I'm like, "Something is on fucking fire in this house. There's a fucking fire going." She's like, "I can't smell nothing." So what I did was I ran from my bedroom. My bedroom wall was against a firewall to my attached 2-car garage, and like an oversized 2-car garage, and I went to the door and I opened it and to the garage. Now, this is fascinating. So I open the door and I see that my wife had brought our baby chickens into the garage, and she had the fucking chickens in a bed of like shavings, wood shavings or something. And she put a fucking heat lamp, not like a heater, but like like a lamp, like a portable lamp that had like a round bulb on it. And the dust that there was being kicked up by the chicks ignited like a flower fire. So as I open the door, I find the fire going on with the chicks in the fire. They're screaming and burning and jumping out of the fucking thing and running everywhere. And when I opened the door, the fire was fed oxygen. I didn't know at the time that there was a firewall there. Wasn't thinking about it. So that's some key information. So I open the door. I start feeding the fire. The fire starts whipping up to the ceiling. This is a finished garage. Well, finished, no paint. So it was just like the drywall and the tape and all that shit for taxes and all that kind of stuff. Um, but it went up into the ceiling and it started catching things on fire in the ceiling. And this fucking garage, I had like accumulated like backcountry outdoor gear for years. Like not just Burning Man, but like backcountry shit, like off-road shit, you name it. So my garage was like a fucking fire waiting to happen. Like I had like propane tanks in there, ammunition, fucking coolers everywhere, fucking small tanks of propane. I had gallons of kerosene, gallons of fucking gasoline, lubricants, you name it, tools, all kinds of stupid shit. So I open the fucking door, fucking flames go to the fucking ceiling or whatever. I quickly slam the door shut. And it was, I don't know how to describe this. Hold on, let me describe this better. So I had this like 2-car garage right here. My master bedroom was right here. There was a door. No, wait a minute. Yep, no, this came out. Sorry. Hold on, like this. It went like this. Down. Say this was my bedroom right here. And there was like a wall and then a door. This was my kitchen, or a galley type kitchen of some kind. And so I come out of my bedroom. I'm like, oh my God, I come to the door, I shut it. I come back in here and I start telling my wife, I'm like, oh, and there's another door outside right here. This is exterior door. Well, stupid fucking me. I had locked the exterior door. And I live in the middle of fucking nowhere. I had like locked it. So I slam this door. I go out the side door over here. I run outside. I go to grab the hose. The hose I left on. So I turn the hose on, right? Cranking the hose up. I go inside over here with the hose to open the door to fucking fight this fire. Leave that fire door shut. Burn. Fucking take care of this fucking fire. I'm like screaming at my wife and my kids. I'm like, get out of the fucking house. Get the goddamn animals. Get out of the fucking house. And they left. They exited. Now, my daughter exited in a door. This thing over here was like big over here. My one daughter went out this side. My wife was out here with me. We didn't know where where the one daughter was. We didn't know where she was. So I'm trying to get inside the fucking door to put the fire out. The door is locked. And I'm like, where's M? That's my daughter's name. I'm like, where's M? Where's M? And my wife's like, I don't know. I just know that she left. And I'm like, where is she? And I'm like, she could be in the house still. So I run back. I'm like, listen, I'm going to go back inside and try to fucking find her. I was like, you go around this way and look for her, and I'll go inside the house. So that's where I made my first mistake. So I should have went in the house and looked for my daughter and left. I didn't. On here. That's still valid there. See how they're looking for liquidity to send this thing back down to the downside. So I go back in the house. I can't see my daughter anywhere. I see the doors open on the other side of the house. Smoke is fucking pouring in. Like it's like leaking in the house, but it's not no fire, no big billowing smoke, none of that stuff, but smoke's in there. And I run through, I see the side door open. I can't see my daughter. And my wife comes back in and says she's out. I've got her. And I'm screaming at her at the same time. I'm like, now run as far away from the house as you possibly can, because I know that there's going to be an explosion. So I'm like screaming at her, now get away from the house as fast as you can. So they start running. And what did I do? I fucking went to the goddamn door to the garage inside. And I opened the fucking door. And when I opened that fucking door, you can't put that there yet. This can still go up. This ain't done yet. This group of buyers right here. Do not trust this here. So I opened the fucking door to the garage, and I got swept over by a backdraft. A big the second time I opened the door, a wall, like an upside down ocean of black cauldron of boiling, toiling hot air, dark and violent, swept over my head, and then it caught fire. And I fell to the ground. It caught my hair on fire, my fucking forehead on fire, like my skin. And I was in like a pair of, I think I was in shorts or sweatpants and like I think I'd thrown on like a sweatshirt with no shirt on or something like that. And I got knocked down, and then I started inhaling all the fumes, and the heat was burning me. So I like slow ran on the floor, like crawl running to the door and got out. And now I got investigated by the fire department. They were afraid at the time that I was trying to commit fraud. But I never put in for my house insurance. I would have lost house insurance forever, and I was wealthy-ish at the time, and I knew that if I didn't spend my own money to pay for this, that I was gonna get fucked. One way down the road, I would get fucked. I never thought about fraud or anything at the time. So they investigated me, and I didn't know they were investigating me. And I had to do like an exit interview with the fire marshal for the state, like the state fire marshal. They had like a 5-alarm fire. It was huge. Like whole fucking everybody knew what was going on. So, anyways, my last interview, they're like, we were monitoring to see if you were collecting insurance, if you'd taken any policies out, that kind of stuff. You didn't do any of that stuff. I owned businesses at that time that were high risk businesses, and oftentimes the owners of those businesses will commit fraud to save a failing business. So I beat all that stuff. But what was more fascinating was when they didn't find any criminal negligence or criminality, I guess, or whatever it was. The fire marshal was talking to me, and he was like, you were in a kind of a catch-22. He was like, when you opened the door the second time, you burnt the house down. He's like, if you'd left that door closed, the house would have been saved. He's like, but he's like, on the flip side of that coin, he's like, had that house fire happened 3 or 5 hours earlier when you were all asleep, when all the kids and you were all sleeping, and you're in like the middle of a REM sleep or whatever, he's like, if you hadn't woken, he's like, the chances of you not waking up and of just dying from the smoke, the carbon dioxide or whatever it is, I don't know if it's monoxide or dioxide, I mean, a mix of those gases. But he was saying that maybe even just oxygen depletion. But he was like, you would have died, and your wife would have died. He's like, so I don't know how to, like, he's like, he couldn't square it all away. He was just like, if it happened a few hours early, you'd been dead. He's like, but I got another problem. He's like, why did you go back in to try to fight this fire? He's like, you have a wife and children. He's like, you have kids. He's like, why would you think of doing that? And I was like, oh, I was in the Army. I was like, I was trained, like, fire, you run towards it, not away from it. Like, that's what the Army teaches you is you just constantly fucking run towards danger, basically. And you're brainwashed to do that. So watch this one down here too. I'm watching this one here for this low. This might not be dead yet. So anyways, I'm fucking, anyways, the guy was like, he's like, you shouldn't do that. Like, he's like, I was like, I probably learned in the Army. And he's like, dude, that shit's gone. He's like, you and your wife and your kids should have just exited the fucking house, ran away, and wait for the fire department to save the foundation, basically. And the house would have probably survived if I had kept that door closed. So I fucked up pretty badly. That was the first time that so my first like real instance of like mortality was the river and the ocean. That one though, I had a problem with mortality because I promised myself from that point forward, I was like, the rest of my life, I'll never ever again try to be a goddamn hero in front of my wife and kids. Like, I'm just going to remove them from any risk and never try to like do anything else stupid. Like, I've got too much to live for, which is my family. Now this here is my next, potentially like facing mortality and potential death. And I have no control over it. Like, I have to rely upon people smarter than me, information that I don't know. um, treatments that I'm not aware of. I'm not coming out of med school right now. Um, and the other thing that's very important to me right now is the other thing that's very important to me right now is if I'm going to face my own mortality, then um, how do I like prepare my family for that, myself for that? Um, Even if it's not going to be something that kills me, I have to have like a plan for all this stuff, and that's a new thing for me. I've never been through that. Where like I'm like now I have to worry about wife, now I worry about my kids, now I got to worry about my family, my friends, business, everything that I do um, for my wife and children, and that's new for me. Yeah, I've done all the right things in life, but the idea that I might not be here, um, I haven't put too much thought of it in my life. Um, I live a good life. Uh, haven't done anything too damaging to my body. Um, I never like sat in a fire pits, like the fucking fire pits. Never sat in those. They never took all those chemicals. I did spend time on bases that were um, had high levels of chemicals and stuff like that. But I always tried to like limit my exposure to that stuff. That one red or yellow, just yellow. This can easily pop back up. I'm questioning this down move right now because a lot of tech right now is still looking bullish into the bell, like it wants to rip faces off. Just check VIX really quick. So I just think right now, if I can share that with you guys, I will. Like whatever I can share with that stuff. Um, let me just check VIX 9-day really quick because it is a VIX expiry day too. No, I think we can still go up here. I don't think we're going down. I think this is just trying to bleed this out really quick. I think this is still alive. Put this down here. Maybe we can put this like way over there, maybe the close. I know they're trying to dump it in here, but from what I can see in VIX 9-day, I would like to see that gap get closed on the daily. I'd like to see the VIX trading 1543 maybe. 1492. Dude, volatility calls are good right now. You guys watching the vol ramp in the background? There's a nice spot up here. Let me show you guys this. Even if we don't go down, volatility is in a nice rise right now. This is beautiful right here. You can buy one of these lows over here. It's good. That daily trigger's coming up right now. Even if the market doesn't roll. Anyways, hold on. I want to see this. I want to see this VIX come back down here somewhere. Close that gap. Maybe even put in a new low down here and then go up. There's another gap that hasn't been filled right there for this VIX expiration. I'm long. I just got to fill. I'm long 743C here. I'll cut them under here. But I think like I don't think I've ever talked about mortality in the show. It's a bizarre thing to go through. You start second guessing yourself. Start looking for anything that you've missed. You try to see like all the things that fucking. You guys aren't buying calls yet, are you? You guys get me counter traded here. I'm not cutting. I'm going to leave them on. Probably shouldn't have told you I was long. So anyways, the mortality is a weird thing when you have to deal. Whenever you have to confront that stuff, it's very bizarre. you have self doubts, insecurities. You don't know what to say to people. You don't know what you can and can't say. You don't want people freaking out. You don't know if they're going to freak out when you don't see them. Like my wife's, like I'll give you an example. Like my wife's, why did I have that one there? I don't know why I have that one there. I have to monitor. Um, like my wife seems okay, but I know that she tells her friends other things. Um, so I have to like monitor if they're going to be okay. Like even just through the process, like are they going to be mentally handle that this is going on? How do I support them? Maybe spend extra time with them. Like my kids, past week when I've been gone, I've been spending more quality time with my daughters while I've been gone. It's like whenever I have free time, like yesterday, I'll give you an example. So I got back from the doctor late yesterday. So these doctor's appointments are early in the morning, like 7:30 in the morning. Like show up at 7:30, then the appointment's at like 8:30. I can get out at like 9:30 or 10:30 usually. Yesterday it was like 12:30 in the afternoon. So I did the late show the night before, and then I went to the doctor, and then I didn't get done. It was like a 24-hour period, not 24, like 12 or something hour period or whatever. Anyways, I get back and I'm like I can't go on the show. I'm like worn out. I haven't watched the day. I haven't been on the show all day long. Can't trade this. I haven't looked at the market enough yet. So I got home yesterday, and my youngest daughter had a music lesson with clarinet yesterday, and I don't get to go to those. I think I've been to one. I don't get to go. I get to pay. I get to listen to her play at home. I get to hear the after action reports and all that kind of stuff. So I was able to show up yesterday. So I took my youngest daughter to her clarinet lessons yesterday, and I was able to like. I wasn't rushing. I was able to talk with her. I was able to. This is the smallest shit in the world. So I was like, M. I was like, how long? I was like, where? I was like, M, where is your music school? She's like, oh, it's over in this part of town. I'm like, okay. I was like, why don't you look up on Google Maps and tell me how far away it is? So she did that, and then I was like, okay, how much time do we need to get there? She's like, oh, we should leave at this time, and I'm like, why don't you do the math on that? So her and I did the math on it. How long? Like leaving a buffer. I was like, how about a 10-minute buffer for traffic and to be prepared for your lesson. Then we figured out how long it would take because normally her mom takes care of all that stuff for her. And I was able to do that with my daughter yesterday. And then we took the time to drive. We put some music on, went to the lesson, and then I took her out afterwards. And then we had a slow ride home and stuff. And I think like part of that mortality thing, I need a minute. Like I need a week to make sure they're going to be okay. You know, not me. Make sure that they can cope. You know, Daddy loves you. Daddy's here for you, and Daddy'll always be here for you. Daddy ain't going fucking nowhere. Um, so you gotta work your way through that process with your kids if you have children, and you got to keep them fully informed, and you have to be able to answer questions for them age appropriately. You don't want them hearing secondhand conversations from their mom, from their father, from friends, from maybe like they're at a friend's house and the parents know, and then they say something to Maggie and she doesn't have any information. She's not well informed. So she feels kind of bizarre and weird to even discuss it. So you have to like create those moments to have those discussions with your kids. You know, set the dinner table to sit down and have a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's what you got to do. And sometimes you got to stop everything for that. Sometimes you got to be like, okay, we're gonna do this. You know. Um, at any rate, so mortality. It fucking sucks to have to confront. It fucking blows. It's hard. It's not easy. And you don't know exactly if it's gonna go well, if you're gonna fuck it up. You don't know. Hey, come on, let's get up there and do this fucking right here. Still long here. I think are we at the pin yet? Nope, we're not at the pin. Or maybe we are. What did I say the pin was today? Let's check this. I want to make sure I don't get sucked into this. Hold on here. So make sure I'm not going to get sucked into sideways until the end unclench. The 0 to 8 pin is at either 7420 or 7440. Just be the gamma map is changing slightly here. Let me just show you guys something here. I might actually get out of this. The unclench could be up or down. You can't call the unclench, but I want you to see this 0 to 8 map is changing. Let me just check this again. Freeze another snapshot, another real-time. This is a real-time. See this right here? The 7440 is max pain is 7470, which is what I'm trying to trade. 7440 though, we're pinning in right now to this number. So this is the gamma. We're kind of like locked in here. 7470 though is up here. But the problem is that you might not, if the move is higher, you're not going to see it until 1600. Like, we're going to just grind this in, potentially even go lower, even if we're going to trade this into the close. So I'm losing a little bit of money here. I'm down 5 cents right now. So if they grind us in here until like 350, like they could just do this. They just pin us in here to like 1550, and then you finally get that move higher. And I'm in threes, so that would mean I would think that they're going to be at 0 at the close. So I might need to get closer in the money and wait until 350 to do this. I might leave them on and just add, or maybe go a strike lower, roll to a strike lower. And 742s are only 32 cents right now. I'm in the trade, still haven't closed them. Or maybe I'll just bundle, maybe I'll just buy 72s with them. I just added some 742s. I got 743, 742 now. Anyways, mortality, it sucks. Not an easy thing to navigate. I don't think it matters if you're a man or woman. I think mortality is a tough thing to navigate. And I'll probably face more of this as I get older too. Like when I start hitting like fucking 50s, 60s, 70s, I know that I'm going to encounter this in the future. Maybe this is the primer for it. So we're locked in right now. We are like magnets here, but there will be an unclench, either down or up at the end of the day today. There should be. And I think it's up. And just from VIX 9-day. And see them, they're trying to sell this fucking thing right down here. I don't think they're gonna be successful. I think we're fucking pinned in here. I'm gonna take a quick break. It's 2 in the afternoon. I'm gonna take a quick break. I don't want to watch this as it grinds, and I haven't been to the bathroom yet, so I'm gonna go potty really quick. I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. Be careful of trying to take a short here. Or even a long. They're likely going to grind this thing, likely going to bounce us all the way through here to the end of the day. It's like 1530, 1550. That's 100 hours. I'll be right back. I'll put the news squawker on too. You know, even this talk from Trump here, Trump's like, the admin expects to impose a substantial tariff on EU as soon as possible. When you hear talk like that from Trump, this is what reinforces my idea that he's okay with hikes. He's likely going to plan more tariffs. He's likely going to plan Iran or he has the ability to invade Iran. We have the ability to get some rate hikes, and also he gets to put out his negative shit. So he's kind of flipping his cards right now.
Announcing the availability of Claude Opus 5 on Amazon Bedrock and Claude platform on AWS.
I turned that down, that news squawker. Dude, what the fuck is with now? Come on. I gotta get out of now. Fucking shitco's. I don't know why the fuck you guys trade stocks. Fucking stupid. No, I want it to go down, but I think there's a problem going down. I think you guys want me to show it to you again? I'll show it to you again. Ready? Who is asking that? Heel tone, ready? And the problem here is we're trading this right now. See this? There is an unclenched to 7420, but that's not deep enough. This one up here, this is max pain. I'd like to see us trade that into the close 7470. 74, I'll show it to you this way. 7420 is not that far. Man, is this what you want, an unclenched down? It's right here. Right there. That's the best you can expect right there. That's not down here, is it? No. So this is the low we were just on.
SpaceX AI says
that's not deep enough for me.
Into Google Workspace.
So I would expect that we'll pin this for right now, and then the unclenches that way. And the gamma for Monday is up too. As a matter of fact, we're pinning right now. This one right here. All right. We're pinning this right here. So it's just
the Grok for Google
ready?
Workspace is a free add-on.
Right there. Up, down, up, down, up, down, go nowhere. And like unclenched down here, I'm starting to think that it can't happen. I'll just put this high and low in here. You can just watch it bounce back and forth. You can trade this too. You can trade this, all the way into like 330, 350. I don't think it's going to go down. I want it to go down, but it ain't. I don't think it's going to. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave just these two right here, just this high and low. And I'll be right back with you guys. New squawker's on too.
Elon Musk says next month all code on X system to be open source. Trump meets with top advisors on Iran on Friday, according to New York Times. It's further from the article here. Trump insisted that the US-Israeli war in Iran would be a relatively short excursion, although it's now lasted nearly 5 months. So Trump was meeting on Friday with top advisors and senior members of his cabinet to decide whether to intensify the military assault against Iran, according to 4 people briefed from the planned discussion. We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. Again, Trump meets with top advisors as he weighs a major escalation in Iran, according to New York Times. Just a reminder, there was a piece from Axios on July 17th last week that according to Axios, that the US is sending dozens more refueling planes to Israel ahead of possible escalation. And now this is a New York Times piece just saying that Trump had a meeting on Friday whether to intensify Iran assault. So just keep an eye on the markets here. There's a little bit of downside movement from the S&P 500 again. Not so much a movement, but after those headlines from New York Times come out, a bit more movement to downside started. Again, not so much, but just noting that here. WTI is a slight bit of a rise off the back of those New York Times headlines. Dixie not doing much. Also, according to New York Times, citing US intelligence saying that Iran's new leader is more open to pursuing a nuclear weapon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $89.31 a barrel, down $2.88 or 3.12%. Diesel August futures settle at around $4.18 a gallon. Gasoline August futures settle at around $3.39 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $2.87. So just keep an eye on the strongest and weakest sectors in the S&P 500. Strongest sector is real estate, up by 2.31%. Weakest sector is information technology, down by 0.74%. Nasdaq 100 index extending decline to 1% now. S&P 500 index erasing earlier gain to trade flat. So, according to Tasnim News, you had a meeting between Iran's foreign minister and Pakistan's foreign minister. It just says that they met on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They did discuss regional and international developments. According to Iran State News, IRIB, they say this afternoon US military fired 2 missiles at an LPG tanker that was approaching the area from the Gulf of Oman. They also add that the tanker was struck because it was mistakenly believed to be carrying Iranian gas. From the post, though, from IRIB, it doesn't say who the tanker belonged to. So they also add that the attack resulted in the deaths of 2 crew members and damage to the engine room, effectively stopping the ship. Again, this is according to Iran state media, IRIB. Brent crude futures settle at $96.78 a barrel, down $3.91 or 3.88%. So, reminder at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is due to make an announcement on nuclear innovation. We've popped out the video on the feed for you to watch. That'll be at the top of the hour. Usually is late, but sometimes, it can be on time. Videos on the feed. So, just those headlines we reported earlier about Iran IRIB reporting that the US attacked LPG tank in the Gulf of Oman, leaving vessel disabled after damage to its engine room, just being picked up by the major newswires now. It's about 4 minutes ago, and we're expected to hear from Trump. Saudi Arabia Public Fund Investment Exports Export Import Bank signs MOU worth up to $15 billion. Saudi's PIF and US Export Import Bank MOU covers advanced tech, space and aviation, infrastructure, future mobility, water security, and minerals.
Sorry about that. I missed that Trump is live right now talking about nuclear. And oh no, it says it's. Oh, right now he's talking. Hold on here, guys. He's not speaking yet. It says he speaks at 3 p.m. to make an announcement on nuclear innovation. I don't know if it matters or anything, but hold on here. I fucking forget the name of it. Yeah, check on these tickers right here: URA, URNM, and NLR. I'll say it again: URA, URNM, and NLR. As soon as it turns on, I'll turn it on for you guys. I'll be back on the show here in just a minute. Don't try to short this here. What you need to see that little blue line right here? What can happen is they plunge this down for a new intraday low, and then you get jacked up in here. So you need to see is the crossing of the dotted line and then a new low, and you can actually short that, but not until this right here. I'll be on here in just a minute, guys.
Decline to a fresh low down 1.3%. White House says Trump signs an order related to Smithsonian Institute.
Cost me $1,200 fucking dollars. Oh my god. Oh. These melted. Sorry, I just made 400 back. So it was supposed to be 4. I don't know what happened. I got scammed on the sell. Yep, I got scammed on $100. Well, I made most of it back. I mean, fucking 30 grand. I rode now up all the way. So I just made another 400. So that leaves $800 down now. Sorry, I said they for some reason I don't know if I did a market sell. That's fine. I'm out of now though. Let me just see how much I'm down. I'm down. I said 12. Okay, you've only cost me $592 now. That shit took all day long. All right, I got good news here. I fucking I'm only down $592. It's not too bad. I was just looking at this fucking trade. Like I was in a now trade from the 2:33 in the afternoon on the ER day, and I gave my wife the option to sell on the open or hold and ride and die. She rode and died. I went back long again this morning, and it's been printing all day long. I'm down $592 in total. I thought I was down $1,200, but I made another 300 or 400. But I think Robinhood, I went to go close the trade for like $400 or $500, like $450 or something. When I hit the sell button, it closed at $330, and I don't know why that is. Maybe it dumped before I hit the button or something. I don't know. So it's pretty good day. I still have the calls on for today. I didn't turn them off. I just left them, and I wasn't here when this happened. So those are still on right now. But it's only 20 calls, so I'm fine with it. We have to talk about this close here. So I had us going down all day long today. Not all day, but basically down all day long today. They try to do an escape to open up the day up here. I was thinking that this could come up higher into this close. This could squeeze up. But you can see that someone doesn't want us going up there, right? I'm going to assume this is a dealer. Does not want us going up there to print those highs. And I also think that they're trying to trap us in for next week for the Fed. This looks like a front run to me of the Fed to the downside. But I'm kind of fascinated about this because why? I still think that 4,600 prints. So I'm fascinating for how deep we are away from it. Let's take a peek at this. That's a fairly big move that needs to take place. Let's measure this really quick. I'm kind of questioning how do you get there. That's a 3% move between now and next Friday OPEX. That's a big, not OPEX, excuse me, month end. That's a huge move to the upside, 3%. So I guess I'm questioning, and I'm having a bunch of questions here. Do we get the rate hike and we blast down to the depths of hell? Or is this thing able to recover into the first or the 31st 3%? That seems pretty steep. The only way that I see us getting there is no rate hike and a Fed that says to you, we're not going to raise rates either. And why are you thinking that? And fuck the bond market, which I'm not not game on that. Like I'm game on we're going up there, or no, excuse me, I'm game on we're going up here, but we're gonna sell the fuck out of this market. So let's take a look at this. Today is Friday, so we're gonna take a peek at an expectation into. Hold on here, an expectation, and I wish we when I originally drew this in. I drew this in because of this week. I wanted because we had such a bad Thursday. I wanted to see this print, and then I want to see this make a new low. And I don't think you can get this until Monday. Like we get a new Monday low, right, by 4 p.m. I would like to see this blast down to the close, and I would like to see this. If we're gonna start selling, let's just start selling. So hold on one second here. I mean, personally, I'll be honest with you guys. I would like to see like a 30-20% move down. If we do 2 rate hikes and we go into a rate hike cycle, I'd like to blast it all. So let's take a peek at this really quick. Close this up. I still don't believe it though. I'm not believing this at all.
Says nuclear is with the future.
Let me I'm not going to turn him up for a minute. Just give me one quick second. We're going to do an outlook.
Voice news disconnect.
And then we'll get back to Trump here in just a minute. This looks to me like Panic at the Disco. It's front running a rate hike, and it's the stock market itself that's freaking the fuck out. They are probably not telling you that they think that we're going into a hiking cycle, and they are. So this would be the street panicking, and they're not going to tell the retailer that they're going to panic sell this and ask questions later. So let's go to the bottom right hand side. Let's take a peek at this really quick. And we're going to start putting some targets on rate hikes and an expectation for next week. Just one quick second here. Yeah, that's how I've got us going too. I've got us going the exact same way. So this is what I've got for us. I know we're stretching right now, but I've got the next leg coming, something like still nothing's changed. Even though I've been on a week, I still see that right there. But then I do see this big test down here. And then I see this like next no high over here. So you got the high, or the high, the head and shoulder here. There's the shoulder. And this is August. Let's call this OPEX, something like that. And then even this one coming straight back up right here. So you get the 3 down here, and you're going to get this. They're going to try to rope us in again before we can escape to go up. And I think this is the trade. But hold on here. I don't think this takes place until like August 3rd, maybe Friday. Could potentially say Friday. And then down, and then back up over here. Hold on here. And here's your, wait a minute. And this is your 780. And then up there, and your 780 into the end of the year. This is December. And I don't think you're going to get anything more than that. You price in the hikes, even if they take place in September or December, you're pricing them in before. And then we're up and we're out of here just like that. But it feels like, it's right there. There's the 700. But no, I don't see this right now. I guess my biggest question is, do they start front running this now? Does get too panicky into the weekend, then you come into the if you get a rate cut, they send it early. If they sent it early, I think we're done. I think it's just up from there. It's like quick and dirty, or is it something where we still have to put that high in? I tend to still believe in this high up here. Every time I've tried to take this easy trade, like, oh my God, sideways on Monday, Tuesday, oh my God, Fed, easy trade, it never works for me. The easy trade here never works for me. Where it's too easy like that, and then we're down. Now, we're going to delete all this. Take a look at this. This doesn't look like selling. This looks like dealers not wanting to print the 60. But the reason I question this is because of the amount of how high it has to go. It's like, what could trigger a move for a 3% up move in the next week. I don't see it. Maybe month-end unwind, Vanna Gamma rally would be one way. Other way would be Fed does not raise rates. This would easily happen if the Fed doesn't raise rates and tell you to stop panicking over inflation and that they are going to run it hot. That's the only way I see that trade right there. If we look at this on a daily basis, let's take a peek here. And you still have reports right now, too. You've got like big reports still coming out. Let's take a look at this. No, you're not closing any of this. You're not getting any of that. That's like a 5%. This is a 3% and a 5% chance of happening. Let's look at velocity really quick. Let's take a peek at this. The weekly still looks good to me. Daily is weak as fuck, but that doesn't mean shit. This daily right here is actually showing us going up next week. As well, this actually shows us going up next week. This weekly looks fine. We're getting long in the tooth here, but there's more room to go higher for a second high. This looks fine. There's a little bit low here, but we're not higher than this one or this one back here. Like an end of the year trade. Let's take a peek here really quick. Give you an outlook for Monday. And we're going to give some targets coming up, whether it's FOMC hike or it's a delayed reaction to the FOMC hike. Here's your target right here. I think I'm doing pretty fucking good. I lost fucking almost 30 goddamn grand. Like, I'm down $600 right now. I'm a fairly happy guy right now. And they're still grinding up on now right now, too. I'm not in it anymore. I'm out. I got panicky. They started grinding us sideways. So I got out at, I think, on the high at 2 p.m. I got out. I was 98.32. We traded 98.77. Give me one quick second here, guys. Okay, so we got these. This is the weekly that I'm hoping to print on Monday close. This one right here. I wish it was today, but I don't think we can get there. Also note too that when I want to show you the blood into the close, but I want to show you one more thing. Again, we're just pinning this put wall again. Same put wall we were on before. Maybe you could argue that if there's a gamma unwind, we could get down there into the close today. You get like a gamma unwind down, make a new low, and then you're finally getting down on Monday down here. Hold on one second here. Let's go to the day. Red week. That would mean, have we put in the low for the day yet? Probably not. If anything, they need one new low at the close. That would be nice to see. But I don't think you get this until Monday down there. Let's have a look at this door is closed. We told you that this morning. Can't go above there. This one right here. Now you can't go above there. Two reds, D and D. Now you've got the daily on this one. You get the 4 right there. Or right here. The 1 right here. And it's this one right here. See this Thursday low? If we can get below this low right here, watch this closely with me. Like, say they put the new low in right here, but now they have to sell it. So it has to like Go up like this. Well, we could go. Well, no, where's 1600? Hold on here. Come back. I'd like to see this go down. Thursday low. Yep, right here. Into the close. Then I want it to go down even deeper on Monday. This is going to look kind of wonky here, but hold on, let me go back to an hour. So this is, where's Monday? Monday, 9 a.m. None of that matters. There's a dotted line there. And then from Monday, 9 a.m., I want to see this go down here, just like this. Actually, this could go lower, 740. Right in there. And I want to see that plunge right there. That's pretty close, but hold on here. I would fucking love to see that into the bell. And right over there. There's the hourly trigger right there. Let's get stopped right here. And then I'd like to see this like by Monday at 1600. I'd like to see that one right there. Put this W over here for you. There's the hour. And I want to show it to you like this. So you're down there testing this stuff here, hopefully putting in a new low. So we'll just call that 725. Right in there. Now you've beaten this low right here, and we live and die by the low over here on Tuesday, Wednesday for FOMC. It's just like that. And that's how you get your two legs. There's one leg right here. This one right here, and then that one right there. This one right here. This is the fifth wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't guarantee this one, but I think it's going to be fairly easy to get here on Monday, Tuesday. Like you get into like Tuesday, it's like panic. FOMC panic. We don't go anywhere. And this would be the do or die thing right here. And then you have one huge thing here. If we get into the FOMC on Wednesday, this is 2 p.m. So let's go over here and look at this. So you come over here and so you're like parked in here, right? You're not going to go anywhere, believe it or not. You're going to go like right there. You might not even get that far. Let me just check this. Yeah, you're not going to get that far. But even at that 2 p.m., there is the rate hike right there. That's your monthly test. There's 698, 700. So just so you can see that there. Now, what's fascinating about this is I don't have us doing this. So I don't know why everybody's on this trade. I'm not on that trade. What I am on is this trade right here that we stall. And we actually go straight up into Friday 1600. Let me just redraw that. That looks goofy. Right there. Now, obviously, nobody knows if we're going to cut or not. But this does satisfy everything we need for the lows. Potentially, you get some weakness down here to clean up some of this stuff. But I don't have this happening. So what we need is What's happening to my screen here? You guys lose? Is the show flashing by chance? I'm getting like flashing on my screens. But at any rate, you can see this down here. My take on FOMC is that if you want my take on it for next week, I think the most logical outcome is we get the rate hike and we get a promise of a second rate hike. That's the most logical outcome. Wait a minute, let me rephrase that. If you had a risk, if I had a risk assessment for FOMC, I would say that no cuts and fuck off. No cuts and fuck off. And the verbiage is fuck off. We're not going to cut. We're not going to raise next month. No nothing. We're going to run it hot. If you get that message, I think that's like a. So we got no cuts. We've got no cuts, bearish or hawkish. Hawk. And then we get a hike. I think the most probable thing, the most logical reality of this is that you're going to get no cut. This is your highest chance. The hike is like a 35% chance. Hike is 35. This one is like no cuts. Oof. Maybe a 30% chance. No cuts. We got to think about this. No cuts with bullish, even less. I would call that like a 15% chance. No cut but hot, 60. Kind of works. Something like this. No cut but hawkish. Now the no cut but hawkish is a problem because that would mean we would blast down here. And if they're going to price in the two hikes, even if they're not hiking, I think this is very easy to do. Like this week on Friday, I think we can blast down here on Friday, and that means no 760 for anybody, no payoffs, no prints, no nothing. If you get the no cuts, or sorry, that's the hawk, right? No cuts but bullish outlook. It's going to go vertical. It's going to go violent. It's going to go like through the roof. You'll do 3% up into Friday close. This, though, is a big move down here. This is, I think, 5%, 6%. And let's measure this. Nope, that's a 3.5% move to the downside. And then full move down is 7.5%. That's a major correction. That's plenty for the whole year. This could be plenty for the rest of the year, not just July. This would be enough for the entire year. And you would be trading this 700 to 780 by end of year, March, either or. So I don't know if you can, something's not jiving here. I'm like missing something here. It's either going to be down and vertical into the end of the year, or you get the no cuts and no hawkish Fed. If you get the no cuts and no hawkish Fed, 820 end of year, and this would go violent. You'd hit the upper end of expectations on the end of the year. I can't tell you what they're going to do. I think from Warsh's perspective, they're not listening. The White House is not listening. The bond market's saying to do the hikes. I said no cuts, but I mean no hikes. I'm misspeaking right now. So at any rate, for Monday, let's talk about this really quick. Let's look at a 30-minute basis. Where's the M there? Well, this is a weekly. That's the low that I want to see on Monday. Just take a look at this real quick. On a 30-minute basis, we looked at the daily velocity. This is bullish, guys. Like, I don't like that's bullish right there. That's even though we're going down, bullish. This is waiting for a monster fucking squeeze. Let me show you this. There is no world where this thing doesn't squeeze monster. So I'm missing something. I don't know if it's an event that we don't know about, we haven't been told about. Let's see another example of this. Let's see another big, like if we're going to get the big downside move. So here's one right here. And I don't see any big downsides here. Let's just see what happened over here. What does this look like? Oh, like that one right there. Let's see. Did we squeeze it all in here? Nope, no squeezing. You see that? All stifled and just down. So maybe the hourly is not a good indicator at the moment. This is March of 2025. You know, this would be the same kind of a thing, like blast down, blast down, blast down, blast down, blast down. Let's go take a look at this over here. This is all bad in here. Now, see how they're trying to keep this under here? Like down underneath this, sent it back down underneath here. I'm trying to make this the wall here to not go back up. Where's that drop? Yeah, this is where they're trying to keep us boxed in here. See it right here, right there. This is the second drop right here, and the first drop down on Thursday. This is where the, just so you know, this is where the this is where the old sellers are. Old Jim Bros. This is where they are. If this was a wing on wing, this is positive, but this is a bad failure right here. We wanted to see what? We wanted to see this. We wanted to see this come into 12 o'clock, 12:30, put in the new high, take these guys out, and then do a cup and handle to go up. That was a failure right here, right? So this being a failure, I don't care the reason, is pretty bearish. Like this is extremely bearish. That failure there is. So let's look at this closely together. I want to take that low out right there. I don't care how we do it. I don't care if it's overnight. I want to see this. I don't care if it's 1800. I don't care when we get there. I want to see that low taken out. The old Jim Bros are now right here. So you're not getting out of this. This is going to panic everybody too. This close is going to panic people. Call that 9:30 in the morning on Monday. And then for the Monday low, 1600 down here. Right in there, just like this. Now, this also goes against what Gamma is telling us. This is a contra trade here to go down. Gamma is telling us that it's going to. Let me go to the Gamma screen really quick. Dude, what's going on with my screens here? Give me one quick second here, guys. I'm not seeing anything. Not my plugs. It could just be a bad monitor. I think my cats are maybe messing with my She was? Okay, maybe it is the cat then. I heard there was Olympics going on. I'm having screen issues here. Okay, I don't know if you can see it on your end. On my end, my screen is flashing in my face. All right, so we're going to go to Gamma really quick. And we're still pinning this right now. They're not allowing the unclench here into this close. Gamma right now is pointing like violently up here into Monday. But this can change too. The Gamma unwind and this close, the Gamma map changes. You freak enough people out in here, they're gonna like hedge into Monday. And the Gamma map will change on Monday too. Let's look at the Gamma again. Let's just see what the end of the day Gamma is. Let's see if it's changing. People are panicking. This is when the shoot first, ask questions later. So 0 date. We're now pining on 7,400. You see that where we are right now? 74.25 is now lower on the day. So it's not improving. And then let's look at the 1 date. Still the same. Don't see anything changing here from 745 and 750 to the upside. And then 2 dates. This is the start of Tuesday. There's 7550, 7,400, which is right where we are. And then 3 dates right here. We're now looking at 7,300 as a huge downside magnet. This one is big. So if you're looking at it from this perspective here, right? This 7,300 is, this is all still staying up, which I can't jive with because with a red week and then closing on a red day, I would expect a new low on Monday, like every time. Just like I expect a new high. You don't always get it. That's how you get a red week, but I expect a red I expect like Tuesday, or I expect like down here on Monday at 1,600. So then how do we get up here Tuesday? I don't understand that. So you're saying like this one right here, this is Tuesday. You're saying that this is going to melt down and continue to melt down into Monday close, and then what, they're going to squeeze that? I find that hard to believe. Maybe. Just keep your eyes open for any kind of high up here. Like if we see 75.50 before we get to any point, whether this is Monday open or whether this is like Tuesday or Monday, or excuse me, Wednesday, something like that. Wednesday open maybe. That's Tuesday at 15:30. But what else is fascinating is the 7,300. I don't think it stops there. Like we've got 7,300 for the pin with a huge wall on it. But if you get the hike, that wall is going to disappear. we will blast down here like it's nobody's business. If we get the actual hike, that wall they will chase that price action all the way down here. So just be aware of that. Be aware of this. The gap that needs to be filled. This is already written in stone. The 7,300 is already written in stone for Wednesday. We're going there no matter what. Even if you don't get the hike, if they tell you, fuck you, we're not going to hike, right? They'll bleed us down into this no matter what. They will print that. This is priced in to print. So this is unrealized vol. Realized vol is going to be just like that. This is unrealized volatility. But I can kind of see the idea if they don't cut that we're right up here at the 7,600. We would print this. We wouldn't print this day. Yeah, Friday you would print that. That's the 31st. So I guess you have to pick your poison as to what you think is going to happen. Now, if you want my opinion as to what I think happens on this day, I want the fucking hike, man. Like I wanted the hike at the last FOMC. I wanted to rip the Band-Aid off, start the process, and I'm angry now that we didn't. If you look at all of this price action, for the June meeting down here, wherever it was in here, we could have done this last month. We could have like priced in a cut or a hike and then priced in another hike and we'd done it out of here. And we didn't make a new all-time high in here either. So I'm a little angry that we have not hiked. We could have done it. We're going to do it again over here. Are we going to do this July? Or are we going to do this September? Because this is what it'll turn into is this. It'll turn into this. Literally, it'll turn into, are we going to hike? No? Okay. What about this meeting? We're going to hike here? We're hiking right there now in September? No? Okay, what about this one over here? And we're going to just park here. We won't go anywhere. We'll just wait. The other idea would be that you price in the 2 hikes if you get the hawkish Fed, and then we don't have to deal with it once we get put the hikes in. It ain't going to matter. It's been priced in. And I wish we did this in June. So if you want my take on what I think's going to happen, I think you get the hike. I'll be honest. I think you're going to get the hike here. And I think it's going to blast to the depths of fucking hell when it happens. So look for the high up here on Wednesday open to sell that. If we start getting pinned in here, if at any point we're pinned in here into this decision on Wednesday, sell the fuck out of it. Just start selling. On the meeting itself, you just wait until the meeting. You don't want to get puts in here and grind. You could get puts for this trade down, but don't be dicking around with this until the day of. Now, where do we go from here in terms of expectations? I've got us going down after the bell today. Panic selling at the bell. So you should see this happen. You're not going to make this happen in cash market, but you're going to make this happen probably closer to a cash unwind. I do think we go up here into Monday at like 9:30, trade 742. You're not going any higher here because of this failure up here. This thing failed, so you're definitely going down. So whatever you get up to here, it's the same sellers. The old Jim Bros are now right here. You can see exactly where they are. They were here, then they were right here on this one, and now they're defending this one right here. So I don't expect that you can get above this. I think they just pressure it and crush everything in here. So, and I don't think dealers become supportive here either. If you start looking at top right, if you can panic these guys in here after the bell, you can panic these guys here. And then you have the quick pop up and you slam this fucking thing down. We're in party time now. Like, this is not in play. This is all fuck you. And then it's just a matter of blasting all the way down as deep as we can get it. And there's like a whole, like not this stuff here, but like all this can be taken out down here. Once we're locked in underneath this this major put wall, see this major put wall right here? This thing is a huge gamma node, or this one right here. So if they slip you underneath it when nobody's in cash market, that becomes resistance. Then you're down there, and you ain't doing shit until you trade 7,000 at that point. This is kind of like this major put wall is like a door that's pretty big if we go under it after the bell today, into the close today, into the bell. Doesn't really matter. But this is a huge thing to be under. We're not under it yet, but if we get under it after the bell, you wake up on Monday, we're under it. Monday close, we're underneath it. This is like the risk on, risk off for SPOOs, if you don't know that. Like this is risk on, and this is very risk off to 7,000. We trade from here to 7,000. 1,000, that's a 90% chance. And we already have the low under it here. So you get a new low here on Monday. That's a low and a lower low. It's just a matter of selling to 700 at that point. Let's look at one more thing. Look at one more thing. They're going to shut the door here. We're going to get the door shut. Here, go back to an hour. Yep, they're not going to let this go up here. I'll leave this one right here for you. Not this one. This one right here. This is still a valid trade as long as they don't go above 740.76. Still a valid trade to go down. This only gets invalidated above 740.76. So I think we can get down here on Monday. We don't need to go any further. You know that, right? See this right here? We don't have to go any lower. We already went lower. We put the low in. Maybe I'm drawing this wrong. Hold on here. I might be drawing this wrong because we already put the low in today. You can already see it. That's the Friday low. No, we got to put the Thursday low in. No, we don't have to, but I'd like to see this after the bell. And then the Monday high right here, they're defending this. You put the actual market low in. You could theoretically say it's one of these two. It's either going to be like this and then down, or it's going to be down after the bell. I'll make this one like this. Hold on here, I got this wrong. I'm going to make this one solid. If you hit this, you're definitely going up. I'm going to make this one solid as well. Just like this. That's how I've got it. You can go down, but you don't need to. There's no requirement. You can go down after the bell. That's fine. You could wake up on Monday morning down like this. You could make this down here, like 4 a.m. You get the low at 4 a.m. on Sunday. They squeeze it up into cash market, and then they slam it down into the close on Monday at 1,600. There's your new weekly low. This makes the week not only bearish from this past week that we're in right now, but it makes the start of this new week bearish as fuck. And then you get the hedging opportunities into Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we live and die by that board. My take here is that we're going to get the hike, just so you know. I think you're going to get the hike on the emergency hike on July 31st, or Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever that is, 28th, 29th. And I hope that they promise one more hike in September. No, if they don't, if I'm wrong, they're like, cap, no hike, but you got the hawkish speak. I think we will trade at least the weekly, if not the monthly, because they're going to try to price in. This could take some time to get to, but I do think they're going to price this in at some point. I would call that August OPEX. We will trade that 700. If you get the positive Fed, we will continue to the way up. This will squeeze. Is this Wednesday? There's Monday. On this Wednesday, we will fuck around, and then it'll rip faces off to the upside, like rip. If you get the Fed that's like, I'm not listening to the bond market, but I don't know if you can do that. that would raise questions. Like if you had a Fed that was like, we're not going to raise rates. What's wrong with you? Why are you all crazy about this? It raises questions about the influence from Trump, doesn't it? Like we're at that point now, I think, where we raise that questionability. So this is the outlook for Monday, Tuesday. Right in here, I would not, if they do this, I would still trade your individual stocks for ERs. I've traded now for twice now. I traded it on their ER, made bank, gave that shit up the next open because I didn't sell. And I traded them again today, and I'm up. Well, I'm not up anymore, but it's up at 98.92. I got out at 32, I think, or something like that. 98.35, and I bought the bell. So it was a pretty good day. So keep trading your stocks. Don't look at the indexes. I have a feeling that this index is going to take the woodshed over here, and we're going down. So the expectation for this week, potentially down after the bell, or wake up with down. Look for this target on ES on overnight on Sunday. And then they unclench up here into 9:30 or so. We can go at 10 a.m., I guess. And then you're going to see the sellers try to come right back in at 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and they're going to try to get this new low, this new 726 by Monday close. And then we just bounce around Tuesday, Wednesday, and wait for a decision. So that's what I'm seeing here. It's just that right there. The only thing to notice is we do not, if you're a bear, you don't want to see price go above 74.70. I'll leave this one. Where is that? Hold on here. Leave this one right here. Right on the bell. We can watch this together. Hold on. Time is right now. Is it already 4 p.m.? Fuck. I didn't even know it was 4 yet. I don't think this squeezes. We can watch it though. Maybe a report? I don't think there are any reports right now. Not on Friday. Yeah, they're going to box this whole thing in right here. We ain't going above this after the bell. They're going to run this fucker down. We're going to run this fucking thing right down into 4 a.m. on Sunday. Expect red weekend. Not very red, but you'll expect red weekend. Like you come in on Sunday, it'll be like down 0.3 or something. They'll buy this shit in the morning. 4 a.m. I would be selling Sunday futures up here. If we go up there, I'd be selling Sunday futures. We'll watch it between now and 4:15. Man, they murdered this fucking thing, huh? Woo! Murder to the bell. No buying in here. No gamma unclench. This is very rare, having a red week and then a red right into 4 p.m. This is the whole day here. This is a bear trend day, believe it or not, right? So there is no bull anywhere. This is all sell. As a matter of fact, too, one other thing I didn't notice until just now. See this half-hour trigger? You're selling this. If you can get puts on this close at 4:15, get them. If this thing squeezes up to 4:15, sell. You're selling this. You're selling this all day long. You're selling this right here. So this is very close enough for me. You could buy weekly puts like right now if you wanted. If you can catch a pop up here, you buy puts like right now for like, I'd buy them for like next Friday. Way outside the money. 700. No, not 700. 710. Because this fucking thing's gonna open on Monday just like this. This thing ain't going nowhere. We're selling, baby. You could definitely get weekly puts here. Like right now. You get Friday puts. They might try to clean you out on Monday, or they might try to clean you out on Tuesday or Wednesday, but this is if they can rein it in and hold them in, they might not. They might not come back here. Might not be able to. I'm waiting to see with you guys if we can get up here. If we can get up right here into this 415, I'm gonna get some puts for next week. Remember too that you can't get the weekly sell on Wednesday, Thursday. You're going to get the weekly sell on Wednesday because of FOMC. So it's probably pretty easy to sell this, and I don't think you're going to be able to come out of. I don't think you can get high enough to worry about being blasted. Let's check that again. It's like wake up here Monday morning, right? Ching, back up here. Yeah, that's 9 a.m. Then start selling Monday morning. This would clear out the early buyers. You see that? Like the early put buyers for next week. You're down there. They don't pay you. They come back up here. You have to fucking reset the puts on 9 a.m. on Monday. There's a chance. See this? The one issue I have here is, you see this half-hour trigger? Like, I want to sell this, so I don't think you can get that. I actually think it's going to be lower. Right there. I think tighter. I just want to watch this last 15 minutes. See if they try to sneak this fucker up here. I'd rather be closer to this, and I'd rather be closer to this for Monday. Or else I got to wait for a Monday open. It's one or the other. I either have to sell from here today, or I got to sell from here on Monday open. What is happening with my PC here? I think it's risk off. We're extremely risk off right now. Not you guys, not retailers, but the banks know that we're risk off. Banks all know. The people with the money know. The elephants are panicking right now. They're in full panic mode. They think we're going into a hiking cycle. So it's max puts, potentially even exit market, like sell equities. You start doing max puts and selling equities at the same time, and it's straight down. And today's Friday, so you get sellers on equities today, and you get sellers on equities on Monday, and then you get sellers on equities on Tuesday and Wednesday. No, not Tuesday. Wednesday you would. So that would be the only chance for the high, like Tuesday close into Monday or Wednesday open. You probably have rampant put buying and rampant equity selling by the herd today. You probably have it. You had it yesterday, and then you're going to get it Monday opening bell. Then you're going to get rampant selling on Wednesday open, more than likely. Tuesday close, Wednesday open. You'll get rampant, like slam the put button to hedge my underlying, and you're going to get equity holders that say, I'm out, I'll come back. If we like there you should not, if you own the market, you do not take risk on a hiking cycle. It's too risky. You can just come back later and trade it again. I think you get the hike. I do. I think you're gonna get the hike. When the bond market said that shit yesterday, I was like, that's it. They're calling out the Fed. I don't know if I wouldn't call it quite bond vigilantes, but the people that are supposed to know. And the Fed knows too. And there's probably a fight within from the executive and the Fed as well. I'm assuming Trump is in there dicking around. He shouldn't be doing that. It's very bad for him. He's going to cost the market. Not only that, he's going to cost a hiking cycle. He's going to cost a motherfucking full hiking cycle. We will pay for this. If we don't get hikes, we're going to pay. You're looking at like a 2021, 2022 style thing. We're going to pay dearly for it. Come on, go higher. Just one quick rip up. One quick rip. Yeah, NASDAQ is all sell. S&P is mostly sell. Sell Avgo, buy now, buy V, Verizon. Dow is a big buy right here. Dow is the biggest. Dow and IWM are the biggest squeezers. Do not trust oil. We go risk off in a hiking cycle. Oil is going to go to zero. It's going to go to like $40. Do not trust oil. Tuesday could collapse. Wednesday, excuse me. Well, they're going to sneak us underneath this put wall. They're going to rug us on this put wall here. This is when you would do it on a closing bell. You rug on the closing bell to get through a wall. Same on the upside too. They'll push it up, see if it gets accepted. They're going to do this underneath here on Monday and see if this gets accepted, which it will be. Oh, keep going. I just torched 20 fucking calls for the end of the day too. I'm not willing to sell that either. It has to be way up here. I need to sell this because they're going to try to retrace this bullshit tomorrow or Monday by 9:30. So I'll just wait for that on Monday. All right. I didn't get the squeeze. I'll see you all tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Have yourselves a great weekend. Stay safe. Thanks for the support. Catch up with you on Monday. I don't have anything next week. The only thing I have next week is they told me they were going to give me the results on Monday. They're giving me to me on Wednesday on FOMC day. So I'm not going to look at them until post FOMC. I don't want to know what the answer is to that stuff. So I'll look at it on Thursday. so that it doesn't impact the show and the FOMC meeting. I'll see you guys Monday morning, 9:30 in the morning. Later. Have a great weekend.